านนี้สักนิดหนึ่งนะครับว่า CDIO คืออะไรแล้วความเป็นมาเป็นไปเป็นยังไงนะครับก็สืบเนื่องจาก CDIO ได้ต้องเล่าเรื่อง CDIO ก่อนว่าเป็นเฟรมเวิร์กอย่างหนึ่งนะครับในเรื่องของการพัฒนาหลักสูตรด้านวิศวกรรมศาสตร์ซึ่งเริ่มต้นจากทางด้าน MIT ครับที่สหรัฐอเมริการ่วมกับทางมหาวิทยาลัยในที่หลายๆมหาวิทยาลัยนะครับCDIO ก็มีอยู่4กระบวนการนะครับก็คือ C ก็คือ Conceive นะครับ D คือ Design I คือ Implement แล้วก็ O ก็คือ Operate นะครับผมอยากเรียนว่าทั้งหมดเนี่ยเป็นกระบวนการหรือ framework ที่เริ่มต้นตั้งแต่พัฒนาหลักสูตรไปจนถึงการดำเนินหลักสูตรนะครับถึงแม้ว่าเราจะเริ่มต้นด้วยการพัฒนาหลักสูตรในกลุ่มของวิศวะมาก่อนนะครับแต่ว่าได้พิสูจน์แล้วในหลายๆที่ก็หมายถึงหลายๆมหาวิทยาลัยว่าสามารถนำไปปรับใช้กับหลักสูตรอื่นได้ยกตัวอย่างเช่นมท.ธัญบุรีครับได้นำไปใช้ในวิทยาลัยแพทย์แผนไทยคณะเกษตรนะครับแล้วก็คณะสื่อสารมวลชนนะครับก็จะเห็นได้ว่านอกจากที่เรานำไปใช้กับทางหลักสูตรด้านวิศวะแล้วเนี่ยก็นำไปใช้กับหลักสูตรอื่นๆได้ด้วยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นวันนี้จะเห็นได้ว่าเรามากันครบทุกคณะนะครับแล้วก็เป็นวิทยาลัยนะครับวันนี้ที่จัดให้ก็จะเป็นตามหลักสูตรนะครับที่อยู่ร่วมกันเพื่อจะได้มานั่งคุยกันแล้วก็ปรึกษากันว่ากระบวนการในการพัฒนาหลักสูตรต่อไปเนี่ยจะใช้ CDIO framework เนี่ยจะทำยังไงต่อไปนะครับแล้วก็เดี๋ยวผมได้แลกเปลี่ยนกันว่าจะพัฒนาหลักสูตรต่อไปอย่างไรรวมถึงเห็นมีค่าสามอยู่นะครับโต๊ะผมไม่แน่ใจว่าโต๊ะไหนก็เดี๋ยวผมต้องฝากให้อาจารย์ได้พูดคุยกันนะครับในเรื่องของการใช้ CDIO เพื่อการพัฒนาหลักสูตรแล้วก็การดำเนินหลักสูตรรวมถึงกระบวนการเรียนการสอนด้วยนะครับก็นำเรียนให้อาจารย์ทุกท่านได้ทราบเริ่มต้นเท่านี้ก่อนนะครับ
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, the Vice President, the assistant to the presidents, and also the dean from every faculty, and the guest speakers from the Singapore Polytechnic, and also all delegates from UTL. And may I officially welcome all of you to the opening ceremony of the Advanced CDIO-based Education Workshop today. My name is Rika, the English teacher from UTL, and today I'm the MC for these sections. Okay.Since we will work together for 2 days and learn to know more about the CDIO, may I introduce you and announce you about the today's program again in short. And of course, the program sequence is in the first 2 pages in the book, alright? And first of all, after this, we will get to know overview about the CDIO framework, then the highlight of the RTI CDIO journeys and implementation experiences.After the break, our speaker will introduce CDIO Advanced approach to overview of CDIO Advanced programs in partnership with the RTL. And in the afternoon session, we will go to see the steel trains analysis together. And all right, now it's about the time. So may I have call upon the Dr. Luke Humanity and the head project of CDIO RTL to give the reporting speech about the project and also the objective for this occasion. Please welcome Dr.
I would like to convey my best wish for the efficient and successful and productive workshop. Here, may I take this opportunity to invite Assistant Professor Sunit Vivit Sombat, the Vice President of Academic Affairs, to deliver the open and welcome speech. Please welcome the Vice President.
Good morning, everyone.On behalf of Rajamangala University of Technology, Nana, I would like to welcome Dr. Livia Lee, Mr. Lee Chong Hua, and Mr. Jason Mok, the delegate from Singapore Polytechnic, and all participants from the full faculty of RAUGL to the Advanced CDIO-based Education Workshop between 30 of June to 1st of July 2016. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Temasek Foundation for their support I would especially like to thank the guest speaker from your time and contribution for introducing and sharing ideas about CDIO advanced ingenuity. In addition, I am also very grateful to all IABGL faculty members for your time and participation. I am certain that this workshop will help you gain insight into CDIO approach so that you can apply this approach to curriculum development as well as implementing the CDIO framework to promote meaningful learning activities for IABGL students. I believe that this workshop will bring about successful outcomes and further academic collaboration. Now it is time to open advanced CDIO-based education workshop.
Thank you so much. Our vice president.
คิดว่าทุกคนที่มาในวันนี้เนี่ยก็คงจะมีความตั้งใจที่จะมาเรียนรู้สิ่งใหม่ๆวิธีการสอนแบบใหม่ๆที่จะเกิดขึ้นในอนาคตนะครับตอนนี้เนี่ยมันถึงยุค Education 3.0 แล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเราคงจะต้องยอมรับการเปลี่ยนแปลงนะครับว่าในอดีตเนี่ยเราสอนแบบเลคเชอร์บนกระดาษซึ่งปัจจุบันเนี่ยวิธีการสอนเนี่ยมันมีหลากหลายรูปแบบแล้วก็อาจจะเปลี่ยนแปลงไปขึ้นอยู่กับยุคสมัยจากสามเหลี่ยมของการเรียนรู้นะครับเราคงจะเห็นแล้วว่าการเรียนแบบเลคเชอร์เนี่ยสอนแบบเลคเชอร์เนี่ยมันมีผลแค่ 10% 5% แค่นั้นเองที่อาจจะทำให้นักศึกษาได้ความรู้แต่ถ้าการเรียนแบบที่ให้นักศึกษามีส่วนร่วมเนี่ยมันก็จะทำให้นักศึกษาสามารถที่จะมีวิธีการมีความคิดสร้างสรรค์อะไรต่างๆได้มากขึ้นและซึ่งทางราชมงคลเนี่ยก็ได้ร่วมกับทางสิงคโปร์โพลิเทคนิคนะครับในการที่จะส่งเสริมให้มีการเรียนการสอนในแบบหลากหลายรูปแบบนะครับมหาวิทยาลัยที่เริ่มต้นก็น่าจะเป็นของธัญบุรีแล้วก็เราเนี่ยก็ตามไปตอนนี้เนี่ยเราจะกระจายไปทุกราชมงคลนะครับอันนี้ก็เป็นการอบรมครั้งแรกรุ่นแรกนะครับที่จัดขึ้นที่ราชมงคลล้านนาต่อไปก็จะกระจายจัดไปที่ทุกๆราชมงคลนะครับอันนี้ก็ได้รับการสนับสนุนจากทีมเสร็จนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นในการอบรมในครั้งนี้เนี่ยก็ขอให้ทุกคนได้ตั้งใจแล้วก็ขอให้เอาความรู้ที่ได้ในวันนี้เนี่ยไปถ่ายทอดให้กับนักศึกษาแล้วก็ปรับเปลี่ยนวิธีการสอนคิดว่าคงจะต้องไปบอกต่ออาจารย์ที่ไม่ได้เข้ามาร่วมในวันนี้นะครับคิดว่าในการอบรมในวันนี้เนี่ยก็คงจะให้ทุกคนตั้งใจแล้วก็ขอให้ประสบความสำเร็จตามที่ทางเราได้ตั้งความหวังไว้นะครับแล้วก็บอกนิดนึงว่าทางสิงคโปร์เนี่ยเขาคงเป็นคนตรงเวลานะครับแล้วก็เขาจริงจังนะครับในเรื่องของการสอนนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นก็ขอให้ทุกคนตั้งใจนะครับขอบคุณทุกท่านครับ
The Principal Consultant of HPA Singapore Polytechnic International. Dr. Lee, she's got a PhD in Information Technology in Machining for Royal University, United States of Kingdom, and BSc in Productive Engineering and Management. Dr. Lee has over 20 years of experience in the education industry and about 10 years of industrial experiences. She is the Deputy Director of SP, Academic Dean of HCSC Academy International, and also the Vice President for HC21st PTE Limited in Software Product Development. Okay, this is Dr. Lee. Please give her a round of applause. And the next one, our next speaker, Mr. Lee Chong-Hua. Mr. Lee Chong-Hua, he is the consultant of Singapore Polytechnic International. Mr. Chong-Hua got international MBA from Institut Supérieur de Gestion France, right? And sub-science from National University of Singapore. He now lives in the business school's curriculum in collaborative design and development as well as cost management. Mr. Chonghua is the expert in design thinking and CDIO since he's got a lot of experiences in training and many years in many countries. Okay, please give a round of applause for him. And this is Mr. Chia Sin Mo. Mr. Chia Sin Mo, the facilitator from SP Polytechnic School of Chemical and Life Science. He's got a degree in chemical engineering from National University of Singapore and also the MBA from University of Queensland. Mr. Sin Mo has over 20 years of experiences in education and 5 years of industrial experience in chemical processing industry as well. He is also the Deputy Director of Courses, Student Development, Head of CIS Teaching and Learning Unit, School Training Plans, and a lot of experience in cooperation in CDIO. Okay, please give him a round. Now, I think this is about the time, and I should give the stage to all of you. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. I talk occasionally because I'm on the last phase of my full stage. Okay, we're very happy and very privileged to be given this opportunity to share with you our experiences. So I hope you enjoy for the next 2 days because there were not many people who have implemented CDIO and also not many people to talk to because there were only 10 collaborators. And then it was only in 2006, December, Mr. Chasimo, myself, and 2 others, we went to Montreal to attend the CDIO conference, Montreal in Canada. And after we came back, that was in December 2006, we were asked to implement. And our first implementation started in 2008, April. Okay? And at that time, when we implement, we did not implement like a full suite. Okay, we could only implement what we are familiar. And the most familiar is Introduction to Engineering, which is standard 4. I don't know whether you're aware of the 12 standards. Okay, before I start, how many people here have heard of CDIO? Heard of CDIO? Oh, not many. It's supposed to be advanced in CDIO. How can we advance? Okay, not even a bit of CDIO. No? So this is completely new to you. Is this completely new to you? Okay, so that means I have to tweak my presentation a bit because this is supposed to be advancing CDIO. It's supposed to continue because we had projects with Raja Mangala, Tanyamuri, but I think at that time there were like 10 people from Chiang who attended in 2013, 2014, a few of 10 people from Chiang. But anyway, never mind. I will repeat the 12 standards again using Raja Mangala, Tanyamuri's example because they have been implementing for 3 years now. Okay, so continue with our stories. So we started with just introducing one standard and a few skill sets in April 2008. Since then, we have escalated in our implementation and 2016. So we have started to share in 2012. We started to go around the region. So far we have been to Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand. Thailand is the second CDIO project. Malaysia, we completed 2 CDIO projects. Okay, there are some. Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam. Vietnam also 2 projects. We have completed 1 project in VNU, Ho Chi Minh, and now we are on the 2nd project in Da Nang, the Da Nang Group of University in Da Nang, Vietnam. And the project is also finishing. We now finish all the components and we are going to do the master trainer course. Okay, so much is the history. But the first Thailand projects we did CDIO was in collaboration with Chulalongkorn University. So all the workshops were conducted in Chulalongkorn. Okay, so this is the second project. But it doesn't matter because we will go slowly. Okay, since you're not familiar with CDIO. So this particular workshop is a 2 days workshop. Okay, the actual workshop will be after these 2 days, and it's an 18 days workshop to continue after this workshop. So some of you will be selected to continue. Now this workshop is 2 days. It's a summary or a taster for the 18 days. That means in 18 days you go to very detailed planning and so on. So these 2 days is just a taster, okay, to let you know what the 18 days workshop is going to be. Okay, so we'll touch on all the areas for the next 18 days. But we do it in 2 days just to let you understand what you need to go through. But all is not lost because those who are selected to go through the 18 days, they will have to come back here and continue as master trainer. This is the way the program runs. We don't just come here, talk and leave. Okay, we come here, we share the knowledge, the master trainer will then take over and do the cascading. And they are supposed to continue with the implementation. So after the project is ended and we leave, you will continue. That's what happened to Tayamuri. So Professor Nata, all of you know her, she continued and she's now very strong. She was in my first project. So now she continued not only helping her own university, but she also go around Thailand helping a lot of universities. Okay, so this is the message you want to send to the people. You don't just stop after the training, but you continue. Okay, continue to grow on your own. Okay, so the project, the way the project is designed that way. Not to come here and go away and forget about CDIO. Put the notes under your pillow. No. Okay, so you're supposed to continue. Okay, so much so for the introduction. Let's go to the workshop proper. So the title of this workshop is about advancing CDIO program. So you progress from where we have started, but it doesn't matter if you're not, because the things that we're going to do, you still need to understand the fundamentals. Okay, these are all the facilitators. You only see the 3 of us. Mr. Chasimo, myself, and Toba. After these 2 days, we are going to Bangkok. There will be 210 people in Bangkok. So some of us will be going to Bangkok because the crowd is very big. So we have the rest of the facilitators will be in Bangkok to continue on Monday and Tuesday, the same program. Okay, so just to talk about CDIO. CDIO is a worldwide initiative. We joined in 2004, but they actually started in the year 2000. Okay, so when CDIO was started, it started by the original collaborators from MIT and 3 Swedish universities from Sweden, 3 universities from Sweden. And the other 3 are Chalmers, KTH, and UTP. When we started in 2006, in 2007, I think, 7 September, Simo and I actually visited Chalmers and KTH to find out how they have actually implemented CDIO because they are the originator. So before we started, we actually went to have a look. Okay, and of course, we also gain our knowledge through attending the conferences, through sharing, to listen to other people. But as I mentioned earlier on, there was not much literature at the time. But now, if you Google CDIO or you go to the website, you see hundreds and hundreds of literature for you to reference. Okay, so now we have over 120 institutions worldwide. So from 4 universities to 20410, and you're one of them. And then now worldwide there are 120, more than 120, and it's still growing. Okay, every conference, if you want to be a collaborator, you have to present what you've done at the conference, and then the panel will take a decision on whether we have sufficient knowledge to share and put down to be part of this, part of this group. Okay, and it's still growing. Okay, we look at the Asian region. Singapore Polytechnic, we are the co-leader in the Asian region. Okay, so one of the staff heading the she is the director for this Asian region. And that's the reason why we are given the mandate to share. Because we are the regional, we are the co-leader of the ASEAN Regional Center. Okay, so we're given the mandate to share the rest of the ASEAN university. And of course, Raja University, they are already a member. So these are all my partners. Vietnam University, Raja Mongolia. I just finished in Mongolia. Now we are doing the master training at the SCA stage. So we have CDIO also in Mongolia. I forgot to mention that. And also the University in Malaysia, UTM, UITM, and also we work with the Ministry of Education, Malaysia, for the Polytechnic Congress. So there are two projects, but yes, we already completed projects. So, and of course the rest of the ASEAN, there are more. So this is not exhaustive. And for China, Santo University. You heard about Santo University? Santo University is the other co-leader. So that's why you notice we have not done any similar in China. Because China, they have their own regional center. And they're supposed to also given the mandate to share. Okay? So basically, this is the history. History is not responsible. Okay, any questions up here? So just a very quick history of CDIO for the partners. So now, how does CDIO comes about? Now, if you look at this diagram, CDIO returns engineering its heritage. You know, all of you here, most of you are engineers here, correct? Who are the engineers? Who are not engineers? Who are not engineers? Okay, so a lot of high percentage engineers. So those of you who are not engineers, group 5, what discipline are you from?
Actually, we are general education.
Oh, general education, okay. General education, CDIO is also very relevant. Okay, another thing I've always told, I speak too fast. You know, Singaporeans always very fast, right? So now, is my speed okay? I'm trying to control my speed because my actual speed is actually very fast. So if you don't understand, you ask me. So this is my actual speed, but now I'm going to slow down. So is it too fast for you? No, okay, good. Because this is always a comment given to me that Linda, you speak too fast, Linda, you speak too fast. So I'm very conscious because I've been told so many times that I speak too fast. Okay, so now let's go back to CDIO. Now what happened was that the industry, actually CDIO was born as a result of feedback from the industry. They say that the engineers, okay, after they graduated, they go to industry, but they don't know what to do. They are so strong in theory, but when it comes to putting theory into practice, they are very weak. Because that was the comment. So MIT at the time, they worked with Boeing, and together they say, okay, let's look at a new framework that introduce a lot of practice into the framework so that the students, after they graduated, they will be ready. So the theme of CDIO was ready to engineer. Okay? So, as you know, in engineering in the 1950s, most of the engineering courses were conducted by engineers themselves. So it became very practice-oriented, but foundation very weak. Okay? So because of that, a lot of theory will be introduced. But then it became too much theory that graduates cannot appreciate practice. Okay? So CDIO was introduced to inject a lot of practices into the curriculum without compromising your foundation. Okay? So you see the curve, it actually turned up. So we are now training engineers, ready engineers. Tomorrow I'll share with you more programs on how we implement more practice so that the students, when they go to industry, they're all ready. But they're still strong in their theory. Okay, we do not compromise theory. And also another thing that they found, that not only practice, but also the skill set, the personal skills. You must learn how to, you must learn to be creative, you must learn to practice critical thinking, and also very important interpersonal skill. You must learn to work with people. You must learn to communicate. Okay, there was a newspaper article in Singapore some time ago. They call the engineers the rough diamond. You know rough diamond? You know what's diamond? Diamond is the shiny stones. Why rough? Diamond is a very expensive stones, very valuable, but it's not attractive. Okay? So engineers are like rough diamonds. So you have to polish them, make them attractive. How? By making sure they can present themselves, by making sure they can work with people, by making sure they know what they learn can be put into practice. So you try to polish them up. Okay? So you try to turn a rough diamond into a very beautiful diamond that people will appreciate. I'm sure if I throw a piece of rough diamond, nobody will look at it. But the moment the diamond is transformed, you will take a second look, correct? So I equate this as a rough diamond, how you turn this rough diamond into something very beautiful that people will appreciate. Like your students, you turn it into very beautiful, expensive diamond. They go to industry will look at them. Okay? So this is how I equate our engineers and people around. So engineers need both dimensions, not only theory, but also skill sets. Okay? So this is the whole idea of this CDIO. Not only how, but also to what. What must you teach them? How are you going to implement them? Okay, so overview of the CDIO framework. You look at what to teach and how to teach. Okay, what and how. What to teach, there are 4 parts. Okay, the first part, one is your disciplinary knowledge. Disciplinary knowledge refers to the discipline. If you're in mechanical engineering, you still need to teach them all information related to mechanical engineering. Okay, if you are electrical, you still need the fundamental knowledge of electrical engineering. So part 1 is something which we do not share, because this is your own discipline. So what we are sharing is part 2, 3, and 4. Okay, part 2 is the personal skill. Learn to be yourself. Okay. So part 3 is the personal skill. Learn to work with others. And then part 4 is your CDIO skill set. Means how to put the theory into practice. So part 2 and 3 is more yourself and people. Okay, part 4 is how you put your theory into practice. What are the skill set you need to teach students so that they are able or ready to engineer. Okay, now you have all these what to teach. All the what to teach are actually referring to your syllabus. And then you have the how to teach. How to teach is governed by 12 standards. You know what to teach. How are you going to teach them? Okay, so they're governed by these 5 parts here. The curriculum, the teaching and learning methods, how to teach so that students can put practice into theory to practice. Now, very important also assessment. Most of the time, we assess the students right or wrong, pass or fail, or regurgitate. You give them theory, they reproduce, we mark them. And CDIO, the assessment is more on performance based on how we perform. Not so much on how much memory or how good the memory are. Okay, so the assessment is slightly different in that sense. And the assessment must also be in alignment with the learning outcome. Okay, so most of the time when we assess students, we forgot about the learning outcome. And also the teaching methods. How do you ensure that your students learn what you say you want them to learn? Okay, these are the teaching and learning methods. So these 3 are very important. They must be in alignment. The learning outcome, make sure we assess the students according to the learning outcome, in alignment with the learning outcome, and the teaching and learning methods. Okay, so these three are very, very important, and we will be doing a lot of this alignment in the 18 days. And then we have the academic competence. Okay, many times when you want to implement CDIO, you tend to forget. Staff must also be competent. That means staff must also be aware of CDIO, otherwise you cannot implement. Okay, that's why when we first started, we have only started with 4 champions from 4 schools. We started off with 10. We start small. We didn't start big. Okay, but it grew. I mentioned earlier because there were not much people out there on implementing the goal. So it was a very long journey, and we struggled through actually. Okay, so we have mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, civil engineering, and chemical engineering. And then later on, the School of Business came in. There's Mr. Chong Wai from the School of Business. Mr. Simo then will talk to you tomorrow more about his course. His course has been voted 3 times the best course for implementing CDIO. So you're actually looking at the person there who is done it. So his course has been awarded by the Institute of Chemical Engineering 3 times. Because he used a lot of CDIO. So this 4 school we started off. But now we have the IT school, we have even School of Maritime Engineering. The Maritime Engineering. So they are also implementing CDIO. So we grew slowly. So we have been doing this for the last 12 years now, 2016. Okay? But the first 2 years is not really counted because we were still looking around the world. So actual facts, actual work done is about 10 years. Okay, so we're 10 years ahead. And finally, the workspace. Now, many people talk about, oh, my curriculum learning outcome must be good, everything, but how the learning workspace? I was very impressed as you said. When I walked into this door, the first thing I was told is take off your shoes. So I said, what should I do with my shoes? So this is the first time I'm conducting workshop after being to so many countries that I am conducting without shoes. But it's very funny. I feel very homely, you know. The feeling is very different, very good. So there is your whole workspace making me feel so good, you know. You know that I already felt that I know you already, even though I have not seen you. Okay, so in CDIO, the workspace is also very important. And I noticed that I've stayed to a point, you know, that this workspace is excellent. Okay? So we are talking about learning space, learning workspace to support the CDIO activities. And a lot of CDIO activities. In the past few years, we have the opportunity to visit us. Our workspace, we spend so much time. The beginning is all on curriculum, but the final part in the last 5 years, we focus a lot on workspace. Okay, how do you create a space so that you make students excited they want to come in to do the work, and the workspace are also supported. So for tomorrow exercise, tomorrow after lunch, we will do a mini workspace exercise. How do you actually look at the curriculum, look at the competency, how do you design the workspace? So that is also a very important part. Okay. For you have opportunity to do it now, but for us it took us like 5 years. 5 years later, we say, oh, now we must look at workspace. But of course, when we first started, we do look at workspace, but it's a different emphasis of workspace. I will also be sharing with you this tomorrow. How we first started using industrial standards and then how we moved into engaging, making students, being more student-centered. Okay, so workspace is very important as well. So, like example, you come to this room. Does it make you want to learn? Do you feel that it's a very homely place? Yes or no? Do you feel homely? I felt very homely. How about you? Do you feel homely? Yeah. So tomorrow exercise, all of us are going to lie down on the floor and go. Okay. So workspace is also very important, which is one of the standards, standard 6. Okay. Any questions? No. Okay. Then we go on to the skill set. Now I'm going back to what needs to be taught. Just now I mentioned 4 parts. Okay. The first part is talking about knowledge, disciplinary knowledge. Now, second part talks about the personal skills. Okay, if you look, can you see on screen or in the book? You're talking about engineering, reasoning, and problem-solving skills. So you teach the students, these are all very personal. How do you solve problems? Okay, how do you do engineering reasoning? A lot of these are that we've done in like can be introduced into your assignment, get your students to understand. And then how do you do experimentation and knowledge discovery? Most of these are done in your laboratory work. Okay, the second skill set is done in the laboratory work with experimentation. But after CDIO, we actually changed the way we conduct experiment. In the past, we conduct experiment to ask students to do the experiment to get results. Okay, but when we introduce CDIO, we ask them to do further, exploring. What do you do the result? Why is the result given this way? How can it improve? So you make it more exciting, get them to think beyond the results. Okay? So, because chemical engineering especially, because they can't build things, so CMO has actually changed the way these whole experiments are conducted. Okay, so this is one thing that we have done. You get students to think, how do you introduce this skill set to support the thinking? And then of course your system thinking, personal skills and attributes. These personal skills and attributes are more on like how to manage the time, how to introduce creative thinking, to teach them creative thinking, critical thinking, and so on. And then you have the professional skills and attributes as well. Okay, so these are the 5 skill sets under personal skills. And then the next one is about interpersonal skills. Interpersonal skills talk more about teamwork. Okay, so now when we introduce CDIO, one of the things we discovered is that we were marking students on teamwork. Okay, we gave them marks, but then we realized nobody taught them teamwork. And teamwork was not even reflected in the learning outcome. Okay, so because of this, we very consciously now, when we plan a learning outcome, we make sure we introduce learning outcome must have teamwork. And teamwork, of course, there are many ways of testing teamwork. Do you want to test them on how they work with each other, resolve conflicts? Or do you want to test them on how they form teams? Or do you want to test them on how they assign roles and responsibilities? So all these things, teamwork is very big. You cannot say, I'm going to test you, I'm going to assess your teamwork. But they don't know what teamwork you're assessing them on. So you've got to be very specific when you write your learning outcome. Okay? What are you testing them on? And then if it's reflected in the learning outcome, you then ask yourself, do I need to introduce teaching and learning methods so that they are aware on how to do teamwork, how to work, how to form groups, how to assign those responsibilities. So all these come under the teaching and learning. You need to teach them such things. So when we introduce teamwork, we then become very conscious. Oh yeah. So because of this, we actually changed some of our courses. We were only teaching communication, but we introduced teamwork. We teach the student teamwork as well. Okay, so you become very conscious. So each time when you design the learning outcome, you become very conscious. Oh, if this is in the learning outcome, am I teaching the students? Has it been reflected well? Whatever is the learning outcome, is my assessment correctly represent? Does it represent correctly what I want the student to do? So you become very conscious. So every time now when you design, you become very conscious. You become like part parcel of our life. Okay? Not only teamwork, also on communication. Communication, there are many types of communication. Are you testing students on how they present oral presentation? Or are you testing them on writing reports? For engineering drawing, visual is also a form of communication. So communication is not just about talking. Okay? So again, you become very conscious. Okay? What I want to mark, what am I going to assess? How to assess? Has it been supported in the learning outcome? Is it important? Have you considered teaching the students under teaching and learning methods? So again, these three things must always be aligned: learning outcome, teaching and learning methods, and assessment. Okay, so for every part, regardless of what the skill set is, consciously asking yourself, have I included this? Have I considered this? Okay, so that goes the same for the last skills. The last skills, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there are 8 skills. The last 2 skills, leadership and entrepreneurship, you only recently added on in the last few years. Okay, before they were like 14 skill sets, and now there are 16. So there are actually 16 skill sets and 12 studies. Okay, so we talk about conceiving, designing, implementing, and operating. This CDIO is a whole framework, okay? But the 4 specific skill sets in CDIO formulate part of the 16 skill set here. Okay? So, although the whole framework is, I'm going to teach my students to ready engineer, putting theory to practice. Okay? Not only teaching them the CDIO skill set, I have all other skill sets to support the teaching CDIO. Okay, all clear? Any questions? Okay, then we go on to summarizing the 4 parts. The first part is your disciplinary knowledge, the technical knowledge. The students must understand enough so that they are able to put theory to practice. If you don't have enough or sufficient theory, then you will not be strong. Then the second part is self, okay, which I mentioned just now, personal skills. And third part is working with people. So together, they now understand how to conceive and design and implement. Together, they have the theory to support them, they have the skill set to support them. And then together, they are able now to produce products, meaningful products. Okay? Meaningful products, useful products, understanding how to put theory to practice. Okay, so this is to summarize the 16 skills. Okay, now we look at the how. The how, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 parts. But not forgetting, CDIO standard 1 is the context. Now the context can be interpreted in many ways. I'm going to borrow an example from Ed Clowley. Ed Clowley is one of is the master of CDIO. Okay, he produced some books from CDIO as well. Now, Ed Clowley said that for context 1, okay, I'm going to copy his ideas. If you want to learn how to swim, what is the first thing you need to do? If you want to learn how to swim, what's the first thing you need to do? What's the first thing? Change into your swimming costume. Is it? Is this the only way? What's the first thing you have to do if you learn how to swim? Get into the water. Change into the swimming costume. What else? What else? Come on. Group 5, what else? General education.
Find someone to train you.
Find someone to train you, okay? What happens if there's no one to train you? You either sick or you are sick. No.
I think possible to train you and maybe
Is it another
body how to keep in the
Okay. Find someone to train you and how to train. Okay, what else? You have forgotten one very important part. I'm talking about the context. I'm not talking about your learning outcome. I'm not talking about your teaching methods. Okay, learning how to swim, is this the teaching methods? When you say learn how to swim, is this the teaching and learning methods? Is it teaching and learning methods, learning how to swim? Is it teaching and learning methods? Okay, so what else? You forgot, you need to have a swimming pool. Okay? The context, I'm talking about standard 1, the context. You need to have a swimming pool. If you don't have a swimming pool, what going to be useful. You can teach them, you can write in your learning outcome, I'm going to teach you how to learn breaststroke. Then teaching learning methods, okay, breaststroke must be this, it must be that. But you need to have your swimming pool, which is your context. So similarly for CDIO, okay, if you want to implement CDIO, the context must be correct. It means you must have the environment where you encourage the implementation of CDIO. That's number one, context. And also very important, you must have the support from higher management. We were very lucky because we got support from the higher management. That's why we could progress very fast. Okay, we were given budget as well, but not in the beginning, but towards the end we were given some budgets. Okay, we are allowed to go for training. So that is the context, environment, to support implementation of CDIO. Okay, so your higher management must support. Once you have that, the rest is very easy. Okay, so the context, you must have the swimming pool. Otherwise, the students, you can teach them, you can give them the teaching methods, but they cannot learn because there's no swimming pool to learn. Okay, so the learning methods is the swimming pool that they learn. Understand? So CDIO context, number one, very important. Must provide them with the environment, the correct environment, so that they are able to implement CDIO. Okay, so let's look at the second. The curriculum itself. I mentioned 5 parts of CDIO Standard 1. Okay, I tend to go back very fast. CDIO Standard 1 is the context. Then look at the curriculum. Standard 2 is the CDIO syllabus. It's the 16 skill set. So under the curriculum, we have Standard 2, which is a 16 skill set. Okay, then you have your integrated curriculum. Now, in the previous workshop, the first CDIO, we actually spent 5 days on integrated curriculum. That means in the integrated curriculum, we talk about how to integrate and infuse CDIO skill set. Okay, we did a gap analysis. After gap analysis, we did a mapping. And after mapping, we did a constructive alignment between your learning outcome, teaching learning methods, and the assessment. Okay, that's integrated. How to integrate not only CDIO skill set. We also talk about how to integrate disciplinary knowledge. How to integrate, let's say, mechanical subjects with electrical. Okay, so the integration is not only talking about CDIO skill set, but also talking about disciplinary knowledge. Okay, then standard number 4 is introduction to engineering. Introduction to engineering is recommended that you introduce this in the first year of engineering course. That is when the student comes in, you give them a very simple design project to get them going. Yesterday I spoke with Professor Noy, and she gave me quite a good briefing on the curriculum. And I was quite impressed because you do have integrated studies, you do have school in the factory. So these are all without knowing CDIO, but you're actually practicing some of it. Okay, integrated learning. Okay, by having your school in the factory is a form of integration. Putting practice, theory to practice. Disciplinary knowledge is also a form of integration. Multidisciplinary projects is also a form of integration. Okay, so without knowing CDIO, but you're actually putting some of this into practice. So later we do a very simple exercise. Those things that you've done, you can put it down and share with us. Okay, so I think you have already implemented without knowing CDIO, but part of the implementation is already there. So integrate introduction engineering. Now, most of the university in the world, they introduce introduction engineering by having, when the student first enter the university, they have it in the first year. So they do a very simple introduction, design of projects. For this particular module, the aim is to very quickly expose students to engineering at a very early stage, to get them excited. Because engineering, not like in the past, when I did engineering, we choose engineering. It was quite difficult to get into engineering. But now, engineering is not so popular, especially in Singapore. We have to get students to come into engineering. It's very different. The whole scenario is different. So how do we make engineering so exciting? I know that they want to come into engineering, they want to study engineering, and they are excited doing engineering. Okay, so introduction to engineering is to get them excited. So you have very nice, simple design projects to get them excited. At the same time, introducing all the other skills, like teamwork, communication, because you get them to work together. Okay, so it's recommended that you have introduction to engineering, but the way at SP, the way we have done it is, I did not do it in the first week, but I do it over a period of 15 weeks. So it's up to you. Okay, the consultant recommend that you have standard 4, but how you put it into operation is up to you. What best suits you. Okay, so the way it suits us best is we infuse it slowly in the 15 weeks because each semester we have 15 weeks. So this is how we do it. Standard 5 is the design build projects. Design build projects, your multidisciplinary projects or design build projects. Okay, how you introduce it again. First year, we always talk about 2 things. The level of complexity. So normally for design build projects, in the first year we introduce very simple projects. Okay, I will show you a video on the first design build projects that we introduced in April 2008. I'll show you after the theory on these projects. So 2 things, level of complexity. That is, we introduce the design build projects. Very simple to very difficult and complex. So there's a level of complexity. So that is to introduce that you have to design very carefully. What you want to introduce in the first year, the second, and the third. And then the first level of complexity, the second is the competency. How do you introduce the skill set? Again, very slowly. You can't introduce very complex and you expect the student to be very competent straight away. So again, you introduce the level of competency. First year, what sort of competency you want from the skill set, and then slowly you build up that level. Make it more complicated, make it more difficult for them. Okay? So these are the things that we call a level of competency or level of progression. How do you progress from introducing the skill set from first year all the way to third year? Okay, I'll give you an example, like teamwork. In the first year, do you expect the students to know how to solve conflicts in the first year? How to assign roles and responsibility in the first year? No. Okay. So in the first year, when you introduce teamwork, what would you do? How would you test them in the first year? Maybe just formulation of team. But even in the first year, we don't do that. Okay, we normally try to form team for them because you want them to learn how to work with each other. So in the first year, normally we will form team. And you don't allow them to choose because you want to teach them how to work with each other. So very simple teamwork, learning to work with each other. Then maybe in the second year we introduce conflicts, solving conflicts. Then in the third year maybe we introduce asking them to form their own team, choose their own leader. Okay, so the forming team from first year and third year is different. That's what I mean by introducing the skills from very simple, less complex to more complex. Okay, so this is how you do. So you have to look, any skills that you have chosen, you have to look at it and ask yourself, what is the end result? What do you want students to be at the end of the day? So how do you introduce it? Which year? What to teach in which year? How to teach? How do you progress from year 1 all the way to year 3? Okay, so this is all for me. Because we have been doing CDIO for more than 10 years now, we become very conscious. So when you do it very automatically. Okay? I'm not saying that we are not doing it, but because I've been in charge of courses, 3 of us have been in charge of courses for many years. So you could see the difference when we first introduced writing syllabus. We just write syllabus and then you just throw it to the lecturer, go and teach. Without consciously making an effort to align them. Then later on when we introduce CDIO, we actually discovered there's a lot of flaws ourselves. Okay? So now we become very conscious. Okay? So this is all about curriculum. Then we talk about the learning methods, integrating learning experience and active learning. So integrated learning experience, we talk about introducing real-world examples. Okay? Simulated real-world example. But if you have your school in the factory, that is really very integrated. What else can you have? School in the factory. That is really integrated learning experience. You can't be more real than that, right? Okay, this is a real-world experience. Then you talk about active learning. Now what we are doing here is not so active because I'm the only one talking. Okay, this is no good. So later on, because this introduction, I have to do this. But later on, there will be a lot of exercises. In fact, for all our workshop, it's very active. Kids keep coming, they are so busy, you have to do a lot of work. So we are actually engaging you. That's not active. This is not active. It is one-way traffic. Okay? But don't worry, because this introduction, so we will get you to work. So getting students engaged, get them to do work, so that when they leave the room, they understand the theory behind it. Okay? So we recommend a lot of active learning. But this is one way. Of course, there are many other active learning methods. Like classroom, debate, fishbowl debate, jigsaw methods, think tank, shares, and so on. So there are many active learning methods. Okay. But you choose the one that best suits your students. Okay, and the best way to transfer your knowledge to students. Okay, assessment method we talk about. These two actually should not be lumped together. Standard 11 is talking about assessment, CDIO-based assessment for students. Standard 12 is talking about program evaluation, okay, of your 12 standards. It's more like our overarching the whole thing. So after you finish after you have implemented the CDIO, you also want to know how successful you are in implementing the CDIO. Okay, so that's where standard 12 comes in. Doing evaluation, self-evaluation. But for the advancing workshop, we are going even further. How do you actually get the staff ready to be able to implement CDIO? How do you sustain it? Okay. How do you introduce quality measure, quality assurance, quality control into your CDIO? So these are all the things that we will cover under standard 12. And then we have the CDIO space, which I mentioned just now. And then, of course, very important part is your standard 9 and 10. 9 talk about preparing the staff to understand CDIO skill. Okay? 10 talk about the teaching methods, how to teach these skills. So 9 and 10 are very important. So when you're coming here, you're actually practicing what? 9. 10 I'm not too sure. Okay? It's more on 9. Understanding, but the methods that we use will be a bit of 10. It is how do you teach CDIO skills. Okay, so 9 and 10. So 9, by you sitting here, we are actually practicing standard 9. Learning about CDIO skills and understanding what CDIO skills is. Okay, so this actually sum up the 12 standards. Okay, any questions on any of the standards that you want me to repeat? Is it clear now? So how many skill sets are there? How many skill sets are there? 16. Oh, very good. And how many standards are there? 12. Okay, good. Okay, now a very quick overview of these standards and skill set. I'm going to talk to you about our projects, the way this project is run. Okay, just to share with you. Now, the white part is the partners part. The pink is the way we do it. Now, for each project, we always look at the focus. Okay, what are we going to do? So we pick partners, okay, to work with. So far, I've worked with, I think, more than 30 universities since 2012. We have shared more than 30 universities. So now we pick the partners. And then for your site, the partner will say, I want to know more. Okay, in the early days, we approach partners. But now the partners actually approach us. Because the partners heard about what we have done and by word of mouth, attending conferences and other universities came to know about it, they actually approach us for projects, for partners. So it works both ways. You must be interested and because nothing worse than not interested partners. But if the partners approach us, it means they're interested. So normally for such collaboration, partnership, the chances of success is very, very high. Okay? And we're always very happy, not only partners, but also for us, we're very happy. Okay, so this is how it works. And then for us, in the third phase, we have facilitators here. But for your case, after you've completed the 18 days, you then start to choose your master trainer. So now, for the cascading program, we no longer do the teaching or the sharing. The master trainer will actually do the sharing. So this is the program which is different from others. Okay, and this program is funded by Temasek Foundation. Temasek Foundation is one of the arm of Temasek Holding. Temasek Holding is a very big company. Okay, so Temasek Foundation funded all these projects, and the mission aim is to for capacity building, capability building, capacity and capability building through education. Okay, so all the projects are funded by them, like for facilitators or travel, or all these are funded by Temasek Foundation projects. Okay, so the last part here will be the cascading. That will be the exciting part because the master trainer are the one who will now continue the journey. And then for us, we'll go to the beach and have enough another. Okay, all the facilitators will go to the beach and we'll enjoy ourselves. No, it's just a little joke. We'll continue sharing with the partners as well. Okay, clear? This is the format of the projects. Okay, just to share with you, because this is advancing CDIO. But in the first workshop, we actually talk about there are 3 stages. The first stage is again fundamentals, introduction to the framework. Then for the second stage, we have 3 components actually: integrating curriculum, designing integrated curriculum, designing design work, and designing active learning. And then the last component is continuous improvement. And of course, the last stage here, the master trainer continuum. So this is the program for the previous workshop. For your workshop, we have changed it slightly. Now, I mentioned that RMUTT, Raja Mongkol, they have been quite successful. So I've decided not to share my experience, but to share the experience. Okay, how to implement CDIO. So very quickly, you know this lady over here? Who is she? Professor Nata. She's very active in CDIO. Okay, see the many pictures. So she has been with us since 2013. That's when the project started, and it ended in early 2015. Okay? So see how active they are, and they have been. Let me just show the journey of Okay, this is a Raja Mongkol journey. Okay, they have this framework. I don't understand Thai. Okay, but I do understand what this word is. Okay, the only word I understand on this chart is the CDIO framework. So they now use CDIO framework as the main framework for curriculum design. Okay, and this is actually context 1. Okay, standard 1, the context. So the whole university is using this. So this is where I say you have to provide a swimming pool. Okay, so now it is in their house. So this is contact master. They're actually supported by the management and using CDIO framework as the basis for curriculum design. In SP, we also do the same thing. Okay. So context one, she listed down in the old book to use. Okay. She also talked about this 21st century student outcome. Okay, what do you want the students? Our 21st century students is very different. Correct? When you go to the library today, if you like, say for example in Singapore Poly, our library setup is very different because we have to understand 21st century students. They are more IT savvy, okay? They are more distracted. Not like us, we sit in the class and we listen. So the 21st century students and also more action. So our library, instead of like big room tables and then for students do their work, each time they make noise, you see the librarian come and say, shh. You know, the moment they talk, they say, shh. So that is the library of the past. But in Singapore Poly, we have actually built a lot of small meeting rooms in the library. Okay, so allow students to go to the library to discuss their work. So this is the trend. And also we have in the basement called the maker space. Maker space, we have very simple machine like 3D printing. The students are also allowed to go there. If they have an idea, they can actually turn the ideas into products. So you see the whole setup of the library is very different for us. We change the whole concept. Okay? Because the students in the 21st century is very different. Okay, now these are the programs that have been implemented. When we first started the program, there was only 2 courses: engineering, industrial engineering, and textile chemical. So in 2013, when we started the project, we only started with 2 programs. I think now it has expanded even to liberal arts, hotel management, tourism, Thai traditional medicine as well, beauty and spa, CDIO beauty and spa. So it started off as an engineering framework, but you see, it's the process. So it doesn't matter, isn't it, the skill set. The skill set is not only applicable to engineers, but also applicable to other disciplines. Okay? So now in our MBT category, these are all the courses. From 2 to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 courses, 12 programs. Okay, so this proven evidence that it can be applied to other disciplines. So second one, I talk about the not only about the context, and also I think the Dr. CDIO has a context for engineering education, and she has also done a mapping of the skill set against the Thai qualification framework. Yeah. So she has also done that. So I think the implementation has gone at a very high level. Okay, this is what she has done to map the CDIO skill set against the Thai qualification. Okay, and also she has done an industrial survey to map against to find about the skill set. We are going to see this. I want to show you this, how she did the integration. Okay? Now, for standard 3, integrating curriculum, all ready? Can you see from that? Okay, this is one way of doing integration. That means you map. Once you've done your gap analysis, you want to find out, okay? Remember the two things I talked about, the level of progression. Okay, so this diagram actually shows you the level of progression. You progress from the, say for example, you want to teach them teamwork. Okay, teamwork there. Okay, you want to teach them teamwork. So where should I introduce? You cannot be teaching them teamwork throughout all the years. So where should I introduce teamwork? So you've got to do, when you do your gap analysis and your mapping, you've got to select. So what she has done is, she has selected to introduce teamwork in year 2 under industrial engineering design field. Okay, then to continue with productivity management, pre-projects, cooperative education. So this is the level of progression. So every year you teach them different things. Okay, how many years you want to teach is up to you. If you want to teach everything in first year, you can do that, but it doesn't make sense. Like I mentioned about the level of complexity. So you got to introduce it slowly. So when you do your mapping, first you do your gap analysis to find out where it's missing. Then when you do your mapping, this is how you will do. Okay, teamwork. Now the second one is communication. Okay, for her she decided, okay, I want to teach them communication from the year 2 onwards. It could be written communication, it could be oral communication. And then she has another one, communication in English. Communication in English is under part 3. Part 3 has 3, teamwork, communication, and foreign language. So in English is a foreign language. So she introduced English in year 1 all the way. Finally, we have this again the level of progression. Okay, understand? So this is how you do. So now, is it necessary to introduce all the 16 skill sets in one go? Is it necessary to introduce all the 16 skill sets in one go? Yes or no? No. Okay, you choose. Okay, you choose what you can manage. Don't try to be too adventurous or too ambitious. Okay, try to manage the expectation. So if you feel that you can only manage through your 4 skills, yes, please feel free to do so. Okay, so slowly you build up. So my advice is very important. Do a few skill sets very well. Once you do it very well, it's so easy to implement the rest of the skill set. So when we conducted this workshop, we actually introduced only 2 skill sets. But you can see from here she has already got 1, 2, 3, 4 skill sets. But I think she has more because CDIO and so on. This one only illustrates these 3 skill sets. Okay? It's a big diagram. You know, when you see where the progression is. Any questions? Okay, so this standard 4 is a simple building that the students. Remember, I said standard 4 international engineering introduced a very simple design build projects. So in this case, I think she introduced this bridge here, allow the students to build this very simple one, illustrate the skill set and see how you conceive, how you design, how you implement objects. Okay, and this is the progression again for design build. Design projects you're going to progress yearly. I want to show you this. These are the work that's done by the students. There's one workspace that she told me that they managed to get a building to get this, and she managed to get some money, 6.5 million baht to build this. Okay, this is the workspace. You see, when we first started the project, there was no such thing, but now she says it's going to be ready. I think end of this year or next year, it's going to be very anxious to have, space for CDIO space to encourage student learning. Okay, so any questions? I won't show you the rest of the implementation. I'll just show you only 6 standards. What she has done so far.
What are those choose first skill that Raja Mongkol can definitely use?
Is teamwork and communication. Because
First one.
Yes.
When they start.
yes, teamwork and communication. Now, why do we choose teamwork and communication? There's a reason. Because if you look at all the literature, not at a lot of university, and very surprisingly, these two came up top as lacking in the students. The students lack such skills. And for university, it's 2.1, which is the engineering reasoning. They also lack such skills. But teamwork communication it always comes at the top as the skill is missing. So even for us at the college, we also introduce teamwork communication first. Because if you cannot communicate well with the team, there's no point introducing very fantastic projects. The students cannot work together. Okay? So any other questions? But having said that, so far I think I came across 2 universities who already said they are very strong in communication. So they wanted to introduce system thinking. Yes, please feel free to do so. So in the workshop, they chose system thinking because I think they have a very comprehensive communication program. So I said, okay. But because I think more than 80% is got teamwork communication making, so that's why it's very nice. Okay. Now, although I suggested teamwork communication, again, it depends on the university. Okay, what you see is lacking in your students. We also do a proficiency skills. In fact, there's a lot of things that we have to do before we arrive at that. We do industrial survey, stakeholder survey. We also do a proficiency testing of the students. How good the students are for the particular skills, at what level. So we also have to do that before you determine. So that we know how to pitch the level of the students. And every student for every program is different. Students in business tend to tend to be better in communication. But student in engineering tends to be poorer. So again, it depends. Okay? Any other questions? Okay, if not, I want to give you a simple exercise. I told you I promised you to introduce Standard 8 Active Learning Map. So I will introduce that. Okay, so I only share with you 6 standards, but of course if you want to know more, I have the slides for you to refer to, which is really the slide. So right now, I've shared with you this morning on the 16 skill set and the 12 standards. Do you think you are not equipped to do this exercise? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, so what I want you to do is, you do in pairs. Okay, do in pairs. This each table you do in pairs. You share with each other. And A4 paper, okay, on the A4 paper first you share. Okay, A4 paper on the table. So you do in pairs, you share with your neighbors. 2 questions here. If those of you have implemented CDIO, okay, if you have already implemented CDIO, how might you enhance CDIO initiative going forward? Give me only 2 points. So if you have already adopted CDIO, give me 2 points, okay, how you will go forward. Now, if you have not, also give me 2 points. How would you like to implement, and what would you like to implement? Bearing in mind the 16 standards and the 16 skill set and 12 standards. Okay, I'll give you like 10 minutes. Then after that, we do a sharing. Then we break for breakfast. And not for breakfast, but to break. Okay, so okay, stand up. Now the facilitators will be helping you. I will be in charge of table 4 and 5. I'll be in charge of table 3 and 4. Mr. Lee, 1 and 2. Mr. Jasimo will be helping 5, 6, 7. Okay, Every question, please ask the facilitator. Okay, thank you. 10 minutes.
หลายท่านถามสมครับคือตอนนี้เราไม่ต้องตอบคำถามข้อที่2เพราะว่าผมเชื่อว่าหลักสูตรทุกหลักสูตรยังไม่ได้เอา CDIO ไปใช้เพราะฉะนั้นตอบแค่หลักข้อที่1ข้อที่3เพราะฉะนั้นข้อที่1นะครับมี2ประเด็นนะครับก็คือ skill set มี16 skill set อาจารย์เลือกเอาเลยว่าอาจารย์จะเอา skill set ไหนไปใช้ในหลักสูตรอาจารย์หรือนำไปใช้ในการเรียนการประเด็นที่2คือ standard ที่อยู่ในภาพในสไลด์ของอาจารย์นี่นะครับเขาทำเป็นกรุ๊ปไว้เฉยๆว่าทุกเรื่องของคือริคูลัมมีทั้งหมด10 standard แต่ไม่ได้หมายความว่าอาจารย์จะต้องทำทั้ง10 standard ทั้งกรุ๊ปอาจารย์จะเลือกเอา standard ใด standard หนึ่งที่มาทำก็ได้หลังจากนั้นข้อที่3ที่จะต้องตอบก็คือหลังจากที่อาจารย์เลือก standard กับ skill set แล้วอาจารย์ต้องการทรัพยากรอะไรบ้างในการนำไปสู่สกิลเซ็ตแล้วก็สแตนดาร์ดนั้นได้ทั้ง2อย่างครับได้ทั้งที่เป็นซอฟต์กับฮาร์ดซอฟต์ก็คือยกตัวอย่างหลายกลุ่มแล้วว่าถ้าอาจารย์อยากได้เรื่อง active learning แต่อาจารย์ไม่มีความรู้เรื่อง active learning อาจารย์อยากได้ training course active learning อาจารย์เขียนว่าต้องการtraining course active learning ฮาร์ดแวร์อาจารย์อยากได้ห้องที่มันเป็น active learning อาจารย์ก็เขียนไปอย่างนี้ผมสรุปสั้นๆ
Okay, the first sharing.
Yes, I'm Sajjan Sadisa or Level from Science and Natural Faculty. I think it's Dr. Yes, I'm teaching in IT. IT about the computer science also. Because the urgent need for change, I want to emphasize the staff knowledge. Staff knowledge in CDIO.
Okay, staff knowledge standard 9. Okay.
Enhance them to understanding and because we must work together with team. I think the first that very important is to the collaborative with team.
Okay, so his first change, 2 changes. Staff standard 9 and 10. Okay. Okay, so what resources do you need to support the change?
I think the training program is
So you want to relook at the training program, train the staff so that they're ready.
especially in active training program, we need to do the syllabus, but with the training.
Okay, very good. Okay, staff training.
And the second one is Standard 5 designed to be experience. Because IT is many theory, many terms to learn. And the hardest thing is to approach the knowledge to the real life problem from the enterprise or business goal.
So you would like to introduce standard 8. Greater learning experience? Standard 5 is good. Okay, so you would like to make 2 changes from standard 9 and standard 5. Standard 9 was staff, train staff to get ready. And standard 5 is introduce more design and group projects in the IT program. Okay, thank you very much. One more sharing.
Thank you. Since our College of Integrated Science and Technology in Dorset has already implemented a module for what do we call it? Integrated learning, all right, something like that, in that sort. And we have been working for almost a year now. And what we feel we need the most if we are going to implement it CDIO. First, we will need the standard 9, which says the enhancement of staff CDIO skills, and standard 10, which says that the enhancement of staff teaching skills. That are the most 2 standards that we need the most because we feel that since we have the integrated of learning, we want the integrated science to happen in the students, and therefore we have to integrate the teaching staff as well. So we have the teaching staff which incorporate all teachers from faculties. For example, I'm from general education, social sciences, and I have other teachers from science and mathematics. and it has a very, it's not a problem, it's an issue that we have to talk together. So first we have communication skills. I would not be able to understand the science teachers talking, and I would need more of the teamwork. It doesn't mean that we are not working in a teamwork, but it has a lot to do with how to get the work together and get to the same goal together.
Okay, excellent. Good. Now, from your sharing, just through sharing, if you tell me you don't understand CDIO, I won't believe you. So, okay, because of time, I'll be limited to 2 sharings. But what I want to do is to collect all your papers. I want to have a look tonight. Okay? So, facilitator, collect what you have written. I want to do a summary. Okay, it doesn't matter if you don't have to put your courses. I just want to have an overview on your list. Okay, are we ready? Yeah. Now we're coming to the real thing. Advancing CDIO. Yeah. Okay, now the next section will be on introduction to advancing CDIO approach. Are you ready? Okay, hi. Please return to me and come back to me. Okay, come back to me. Okay, the next section will be, this is the real thing, introduction to advancing CDIO approach. So I'm going to introduce to you what is the approach. Okay, and this afternoon we'll do a bit of exercises and all the way to tomorrow. So what is this approach about? Okay, this is an innovative framework for producing the next generation of engineers. The framework guide this important thing. A lot of people ask me, is CDIO another methods? CDIO is not a methods. Okay, CDIO is a teaching and learning framework. It is not a method. It is a framework to guide you. Okay, to guide you what you need to include in the curriculum. How are you going to include the curriculum? So it's a framework to guide you, to help you, to keep stock of what you are doing. Okay? So it is not a method, it is a framework. So that's why in CDIO, they call this, it's not cookie cutters. So the framework is there. So if you look at the literature, go to www.cdio.org, you see that many people introduce CDIO in many ways. Okay? They introduce it in a way that your university needs, okay, according to the needs of the university. So it is a framework. And the framework consists of 16 skill sets. These 16 skill sets are taken from, or rather the practices, the sharing are taken from the best practices in the world. So CDIO framework is taken from the best practices in the world. So remember, it is not the methodology. Don't get frightened because it's going to be another method of doing work. Don't get frightened because, wow, more work. No. We have already been doing a lot of work. Let's put it into this framework. Okay, like example, your factory, the school in the factory is already standard 8, integrated learning experience. So look at it in that manner. Your multidisciplinary projects, you have already included the CDIO because you're asking students to conceive, you're asking students to design, you're asking students to implement, asking students to operate. For the non-engineering, like the business, usually it's only CDI, O will be your actual implementation in the marketplace. Okay, so it doesn't matter whether you're engineering or non-engineering. It's a framework. And we discovered this because we've been doing a lot of implementation with many universities. Today, I think we have more than 30 universities. So, and all university, we don't do only engineering. See, NATA slides I show you only 2 engineering, the rest are all non-engineering. So it's a process. The framework is given by the consortium, but we at Singapore Poly, we actually developed a process to help you how to use this framework. Okay, so to me it's not a method, it's a process. The process of achieving what you want to achieve. Okay? So let's look at what's next. Now, I will call it Advancing CDIO Initiative. The CDIO has been around since the year 2000. A lot of people have done a lot of work. So we started off as, I call it product-based. Okay? Because when we first started, we say, oh, I'm doing standard 8, oh, I'm selling standard 7. It's very product-based. But now I'm not looking at it that way. Can I merge the various standards together? Can I merge the various skill set together? Okay? This is the next level. So from product-based, then go to process-based. Okay? Product-centric, process-based. And then now, advancing CDIO, we take students into consideration. If I'm designing something, remember the students, the key products. So everything I design, I have the student in mind. Okay, student-centric. So everything I design under advancing CDIO, the student is at the center of my consideration. So how do you broaden the different CDIO implementation? How do you align CDIO skill set with emerging new competency? You have your marketplace, the market is moving very fast every day. The competency required by the students is changing. Okay, when I was a student, there was no IT. Everything, even drawing, you do drawing by hand. But now you ask students to do drawing by hand. You all flip. It's all computerized. So the way we teach is also different. Okay, we have drawing board, and now we don't have a computer. And we used to provide computer to students, but the latest trend, we ask them to bring the computer. We load software on the computer so that they can do at home as well. So you see, the mode of learning is so different. The way the student learns is very different. Okay? In the past, they have to go to the lab, they have to book the lab for extra exercises. Now they don't need to. We bring the computer, we load the student version, software student version, they go and do at home anytime they want. But of course, they have to come to class for instruction. Okay? After that, they don't do. So this is all the different ways, different modes of teaching. Okay, how to develop an integrated approach to that CDIO implementation? Now, when we first started CDIO, even in Singapore Poly, 12 years ago, it was done in bits and pieces. I remember, I promised to show you the video. My first CDIO standard was standard 4. I wanted to quickly push it out so that I can use it as an example to show others. Because buy-in was very difficult. This was so new. Okay, at the time nobody believed in it, so we had to very quickly turn out something. So it was very product-centric. I turned out one project, I showed the world, everybody said, yeah, it's a good idea, let's do CDIO. Okay? But now we are looking at more integrated approach. If I introduce CDIO for one module, how do I include other modules? Okay, it's more like process-driven. We look at everything in totality, no longer piece by piece. Okay, you are able to do that because we've been through 12 years of hardship. So now we are sharing with you to reduce you or take away the hardship from you. To make life easier for you. Okay, so I hope you will benefit from our sharing. Okay, how to strengthen strategic resources, and this is very important. So these are the four things that we are going to do for advancing CDIO. Now, somebody mentioned standard 9 and 10. If you remember the last part I asked you, what resources would you need? Most of you will not be able to tell me now. But one of the last components is on how do you deploy resources? How do you train staff? Okay, how do you mentor the staff so that they are ready to implement CDIO? So all this thing will the last component, the last workshop for component 3. So we talk about this is a 5 days workshop. Okay, so at least all these things are taken into consideration with the planning part. Okay, so in a nutshell, this is all about advancing CDIO, but I will go deeper. Okay, we look at the 4 phases. We call it the 4 phases. The mapping phase, enhancing phase, innovating phase, and the last one sustaining phase. Okay, I will describe each one of these things in detail. So the question is asked, what do we need to do advancing CDIO? Like I said, you have already things out there. How do you make it better? How do you make it so that people understand what you're doing? Okay, so if you have a framework to guide you, now people can understand and appreciate. Okay, so it is about strengthening and enhancing the CDIO initiative. From the sharing with Professor Noy, I already knew we have already many things in place. So how are we going to strengthen it? How am I going to enhance this initiative? So that the important point here, the educating forward future ready graduates. So that when the graduates, when they leave the workplace, don't forget they're here for 4 years, correct? You want to make sure you teach them the latest things. So you have to know what your future competency is. So that when they finish 4 years course, they go out to industry, they are learning. They are not learning old things. Okay, so as lecturer, we always have to be one step ahead of industry. I remember in the past, it's a very famous word user. When we design curriculum, I don't know whether it applies to you, but in my early days of curriculum design, there's one famous word. We keep abreast with industry technology. Keep abreast means what? You're side by side, but now we're not keeping abreast. We're going to look forward. We're going to preempt what we need in the future. Last time is we reach the industry, whatever they have, we reach the students already, but now we're training them beyond, okay, the new competency. You do a scanning, a trend analysis, which you're going to do this afternoon. Then you see how the world is changing, because there's a lot of study out there that tells you what's going to happen to the world in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. So for your curriculum planning, you also consider that in the next 5 years, the student you train today, if you use the same old methods, it might not be relevant to the industry. Okay, so we have to look at all these things. So this is something which, when we first started CDIO, we did not do that, but now we are doing it. Because we found that whatever we teach the students, we have to prepare them for the future. We have to prepare them for today. Okay? Because if you prepare them for today, they'll be absolutely obsolete when they leave your university. Okay, so envisioning and transforming university education to meeting the challenges of the future reality. So we talk about the future. Okay, now what are the forces of change? If you look at this, anybody familiar with STEEP analysis? STEEP. Anyone familiar? We do a STEEP analysis. The first one is for social. STEEP, S stands for social, trend. Okay? Social, technology, economy, environment, and the last one is on the political. It's called STEEP analysis. Now what do we have to find? The first one to look at the rate of the millennial learner, social. Okay, what are the social inference? The way the student learn today and the way they learn in the past is different. Okay, now you use Facebook, you use blogging, a lot of lecturers are doing that, right? You don't no longer ask the student to submit reports and say, okay, I create a blog. Many teachers are using it now. I create a blog. These are my questions. Please write in the blog so everybody can see, can give comments. One very successful use of this blogging is Korean drama, all the drama. Have you noticed? Every episode of the drama. Recently I'm very crazy about Korean drama. So I read all the blogs. Somebody will give comments on, pretend the drama is a lesson. Okay, we post a lesson on the web. So you ask them to give comments. So this drama, Korean drama, Chinese drama, Thai drama. So a lot of people post this comment. So it's the same. So the way people learn are different. You want to find out about people's feelings about a particular episode, So although you can watch it, but you want to know what people's feelings are. So the same thing, you can apply your teaching. Okay, and you ask me for comments. Is this teaching method good? What else you want to learn? Under the comments blogging. Okay, so the way the student learns is so different from when I was a student. And the second is the technology. Now, how can this happen? This happens because of technology. Okay, was brought up using workstation. What is that? You know those tectonic workstation? Punch card. No, punch card too old for me. This punch card. No, computer we start with punch card. Okay, then those who do CAD. Anybody do CAD here or CAD? Automatic drawing. Computer aided drafting. Any school use engineering must be using. CAD, computer aided manufacturing. What software do you use? CAD-CAM, yeah, CAD-CAM. Okay, CAD-CAM in the past, what you do? You go to draw, and then you go to design, to the fixture to support your machining. Now you don't have to. Okay, now you just draw the drawing, automatically produce the code, you send it to the machine. They even have an automated holder that can hold your job so that they can machine your parts in home. Okay, not like in the past, you have to design jig and fixture to support, then you jump, the parts jump from one machine to another. Now the part doesn't need to jump, it will jump too. Okay, so you just got your parts, this is the technology change. So if the technology change in this way, the way you teach the student is also different. You know other things, IT courses, also very different, right? Now you use a lot of simulation, queuing theory. Before you build bridges, you use simulation to do it, to find out strong, even designing of more design. Okay, so technology influences the way you teach your students as well. Okay, these are just examples. And then you talk about the economy. Now you talk about rapid global shortening. Recently we also talk about the environment. There was a movie I watched. It says that the world is going to be 5 degrees hotter. The temperature is increasing. So what happens? So when you teach, you also have to teach it into consideration. So you're teaching the students to design things to cope with future environmental changes. Okay? In 10 years, I think, I don't know how many years, 2020. Is it 2020? The world is going to increase by another, no, 2050. I can't remember the exact figure. Anyway, it's going to be increased by 5 degrees. So this increase, so the thing they teach the students, you got to prepare them for this increase, this environmental changes. And then, this economy. Economy is now a lot of what affects the economy. Now there's a lot of globalization, you do business outside your country and so on. Okay? And then the last one is the political. The policy changes as well in the country. Any policy change also affect, but not so much for education, but it will affect the students when they go out to work. So you must also take this into consideration. Okay, now, how does this affect us? Knowing all this, okay, we're going to do exercise supplements. Knowing all this, it's going to affect the way the graduates, when they graduate, affect the way they work. In the past, you never heard of virtual office, not a lot of virtual office. I attended a meeting once, organized by this company. So they said, oh, you go to this very fanciful office to have a meeting, so we went. Actually, the meeting room doesn't belong to them. It's shared. So they can book the meeting room, they pay money. So that is to say they don't have to build a meeting room. Okay? So they pay rent to rent the meeting room. So this is the trend now. People don't own spaces. The space is getting very expensive. So the future of work also changes. You don't have a fixed office, you work from home. So like for me, I work mainly from home. I only go back to office when I have meetings. So they don't have space for me. Okay? Because I choose to work from home in the comfort of my own home. So this is again the future, the way the work is changed. Okay? I changed my environment for working. Okay, then if this is changed, then it will affect your competency, right? What competency a student need to be prepared? What do you need to get them for? Okay, and then if the competency is changed, the education, the role of education is also changed. If you look at more on the role of education, the new learning behavior, and the role of lecturers. So we talk a lot about students students' behavior change, students different, but also the teachers. You got to realize and accept the change in the students. So we have to change as well. Again, as teachers, we always talk about teacher. I came across one lecturer who used the same slides, those transparency days. The same one, how I know it's the same? Because you can see dog ears. The transparency. Because you can see dog ears, and then the white color became yellow color. So you know that this guy has not changed his slides. Dog ears and yellow color. So he has not changed. So as lecturer, we also have to change to cope with the changes in our students. Okay, so advancing CDIO. So the questions we ask, how might we advance CDIO initiative? First one, very important. How might we ensure our curriculum remain current? Not only current, but also industry relevant. Okay, industry relevant is to meet. So you train students with this new competency so that they will stay industry relevant in the next, after they've graduated, space in 4 years' time. The second one, how might we ensure our graduates are equipped with future-ready skill set? So this changing environment, new competency, you must also make sure your skill set is compatible with your new competency. The third point, how about the teaching and learning methods? New competency change, new skill set change, your teaching and learning methods must also change. Otherwise, the student will be brought to death. And finally, how might we promote continuous improvement to sustain the curriculum quality and the relevance? How do you sustain this? Okay, also very important. You make a lot of changes. You also want to know whether the time you spend in making these changes, you must make sure that it's worthwhile the time. Okay, you must also make sure that the success factor is high. It must be successful as well. Okay, so these are all very important, part and parcel of the change. Okay, so advancing CDIO work again is about strengthening, it's about enhancing the CDIO initiatives. Now, when we summarize this advancing CDIO, we actually summarize them in four focus. Okay, the main focus on the 4 areas. We talk about the relevance, the previous point, how might we translate them. We talk about the relevance. That means your future skills must meet industrial needs. Second point, professionalism. Okay, students talk about professional practices. The third point is innovation. Remember, to meet these 2 challenges, the teaching method, you must innovate the teaching and learning methods as well. Otherwise, you cannot cope. And I mentioned earlier on, the way the student learns is changed. Okay, the learning pattern also changes. And then finally, the quality. How do you promote and sustain quality in the curriculum design? So this will be the 4 main focus for our next workshop, component 3, workshop 1 to 4. Okay, so the advanced CDIO approach aims to promote an integrated or holistic approach. So we are not looking only at mapping, looking at mapping skill set. It's a whole, it's a total package. It's a holistic approach in guiding the institution in strengthening and enhancing implementation. I mentioned earlier on, when we first started CDIO, we start with product-centric. That is, we only do bits and pieces of the standards. Then we move on to process-driven. But now we're looking at student-centered. So we are actually looking at it in totality. It's a holistic approach. So in our workshop, if you attend component 3, workshop 1, it's a continuation. So whatever you learn in workshop 1, what you learn or what you share, it's going to bring you to workshop 2, 3, and 4. Okay, it's a holistic approach. It's not piecemeal anymore. So this is the approach that we have adopted for our training. In the past, the first 3 workshops we don't do it this way. It's all piecemeal, but now it's a holistic approach. So very important. You cannot say I'm going to skip workshop 1 and come for workshop 2. will be lost. You won't be able to catch up and follow. Okay, so we break it into three main components. We call it the focus, the phases, and the 4 principles. So if you look at this diagram, the focus. First one, the first phase is the mapping phase. So remember, there are 4 phases: mapping, enhancing, innovating, sustaining. So for the mapping phase, the focus is on relevance. Okay, relevant in industry. Why do we need relevant for principle? Because we want to be future focused. Okay, we want to be future focused. So we map to make sure our curriculum stay relevant, and we want to be future focused to make sure the students, when they graduated, they are relevant to industry. You don't want to train students to be like 10 years behind time. The second phase is the enhancing phase. Enhancing phase, we talk about professionalism, professional practices. Okay, and the principle is purpose-driven. Why are you training the students? For what purpose? Okay, it's no longer just coming to the class, okay, class, let me teach you this. There must be a reason. And the third phase is your innovating. Now, innovating, we actually talk about 2 parts. We talk about innovating the teaching and learning methods. The first 2.5 days will be on this. The final 2.5 days, we talk about innovating spaces as well. Okay, I mentioned earlier this morning. So we no longer just look at teaching and learning methods, because if you're teaching and learning methods, if you innovate them, you must make sure the spaces can support the innovative teaching and learning methods. So for this particular phase, innovating is in 2 parts. Okay, and we call it the principle. We call it the design-led engaging learner experience. So we are trying to give learner a very good learning experience. Okay, now the main theme is you design something, does the student enjoy it? You want to give them a very good learning experience so that after they graduated, they will always remember you. Oh, I enjoy my course very much. This is how they teach me. Okay, so it's all about design-led to give them a very good learning experience. For those of you who are in business and engineering, when we first start teaching engineering, we talk about industrialization. Remember, 1700? We talk about industrialization. That means you turn on things as quickly as you can. And then we move on to what? We talk about industrialization. Then the second phase is what? But knowledge. Okay, knowledge. It's a knowledge phase. Now you have more knowledge. So that's why your mass production became automated in the knowledge. Automated phase. So in the 1970s, a lot of industrialization. In the 1980s, a lot of automation. And then what happened? The next one? Creativity. Is it creativity or experience first? Yeah, so now you have your products, you understand your product, you make it better, now you make it more, creativity actually comes later, it's an experience. Okay, so now you design your products, it's no longer design products just for function, but you also, because function everybody has it. So now you talk about experience. What experience do you want to give the user? Okay, and then the final phase will be your creativity phase. It's not the final, you don't know what's going to happen in the next 4 or 5 years. Okay, it's a creativity phase. How to make a product more creative, more attractive that people want to use it. Okay, so you move from phases to phases. So similarly for students, we also want to make them experience, we want to give them a good experience in learning. Now, when we first introduced CDIO, the first project, it was changed. It was changed from very manually, very boring kind of exercises to the students having to compete in a car racing exercise. So the experience is very different. So forever they're going to remember, oh, I did introduction to engineering workshop practices, but at the end of the day, I actually had a competition. I have to participate in a competition. Okay, so it's very different learning experience. I'll show you the video in a while. Okay, so this is very different. Then finally, sustaining. We we talk about quality, how we maintain quality. Okay, quality minded. Okay, so the principle is about quality. Focus, principle is about quality minded. The phase is on sustaining. So these are the 4 phases we are going to cover. Okay, so if you look at this map here, by the way, this is drawn by Mr. Lee here. That's why you saw him very mistake. He drew under his hand to collapse. Okay, Mr. Lee, you did this little thing here. Very creative. See, lecture also going to be creative. Okay. Okay, let's unpack this. So remember what are the 4 focus? The relevance, professionalism, innovation, and quality. See, it's very different now, the way we look at designing curriculum. And the phases are, again, mapping, enhancing, innovating, sustaining. So for each of these, what can we actually tackle? Okay, for relevance, remember relevance to industry needs. We will analyze the future trend and the implication. So we are going to do a mini exercise. So all these phases we are going to do for after lunch all the way to tomorrow. Okay, analyze future trend and the implication. You gain foresight of the future of work and new competency. So you know, based on the trend, you're going to ask yourself what's the new competency. And finally, you have to map your graduate attributes to your CDIO skill set. So we do trend analysis, not just by doing. We must also make sure the new competency must map against CDIO's 16 skill set. So what are the skill set? Okay, out of these 16 skills, what are the skill set that you need to develop or infuse into your curriculum so that you can meet the new competency? And you ensure that your students, your graduates, stay relevant to the industry. Okay, this exercise itself takes about 4 days to do because we study the trend, then we have to know what the future of work, you must know what's the new competency, then based on new competency, what are the attributes that you want the student to have. They also see their skill set that you need to infuse into your curriculum so that you prepare the students for the future. Okay, so the 4 exercises is this 4 exercises 4 days. And the second part will be on enhancing. Now, we focus more enhancing. You can there are many ways you can enhance existing CDIO skill set. But our focus is more on multidisciplinary and cross-functional projects because we felt that if you introduce these 2 types of projects, a lot of skill sets. There's a lot of skill set that you need to infuse to fulfill these particular projects. Okay, so we talk about how you develop real-world projects. Okay, standard 7 talk about real-world projects. So how can we use real-world projects to teach students? Okay, we use all this so the students can relate to industry. And then also we talk about how we establish cross-functional within the group. Now, multidisciplinary project means you have projects comprising of different disciplines. But how about within the projects? What are the functions? See the difference? Multidisciplinary means projects require the knowledge of many disciplines. But within a multidisciplinary group, you have cross-functional, like the sales, who's going to do designing, who's going to do logistics, who's going to do the commissioning, okay, who's going to be responsible for all this. These are cross-functional within a multidisciplinary projects. Then how are you going to make sure the student gain the relevant knowledge or competency and stay relevant in industry? So we encourage real-world projects. That means we actually took projects from industry to give it to students to do. This is the best way of training. But unfortunately, it cannot happen 100%. So for our schools, we always encourage at least 30% of the projects come from industry. At least 30%. Okay, because don't forget, not many staff there to do industry projects. because they are not ready themselves. That's why it's very important. The staff must be ready. If you are ready, then take on industrial projects. Because it's not easy to do industrial projects. So this will be the three main emphases: cross-disciplinary, cross-functional, and user-to-do projects. But of course, in the process of doing this, you'll be enhancing other skills. Like when you design something, now people talk about sustainability. You build a fridge, you don't just throw away the fridge. You make sure that when you dispose of fridge, parts can be used again, can be recycled. So the emphasis on design will also change. Again, change because of this environment, damage to the environment. So everything we design, we always make sure that the product can be disposed properly. It's not toxic, it's not toxic to the environment. So all these things also part of enhancing skills. Okay? This is another 4-based exercise. Then innovating, I mentioned earlier on, there are 2 parts. You design ideal student learning experience, craft learning outcome, formulate teaching approaches, devise assessment strategy, create conducive learning space. So the first part we talk about teaching and learning methods, and we have not forgotten the constructive alignment between learning outcome, teaching and learning methods, and assessment. Okay, so the approach that we have adopted more or less guide you into thinking these 3 components. You cannot escape the way we design our workshop. We will guide you to think about these 3. And then finally, also to guide you into thinking of space design. So this is a 5-day program, okay, that actually get you through the whole process of liberating teaching and learning methods and spaces. And finally, your quality. Okay, define strategic resource requirement. Last part of the exercise, I asked you just now, what resources do you think you need? So these are the things that we also have to consider. We have wonderful, very wonderful innovating teaching and learning methods, very wonderful space, but how are we going to do that? Okay, so we also have to consider that. That's the last part. And then, I can't wait from here. Okay, start to drive educational change. Conduct academic process review, establish review improvement system. So staff is very important. How do you get the staff? Mr. Chasimo is actually our senior mentor, senior academic mentor in Singapore Power. So he actually, one of his responsibilities, besides CDIO implementation, he also has to guide staff along. So if you have any questions on how to do that, before you finish the course, you can ask him. Okay? So he's going to be one of the facilitators for this minor community. So he's been doing this for many years, 2 years. 2 years. So he has a certain process to guide. So we only introduced this. Can you imagine we have been doing this now for so many years? It's only in the last couple of years that we actually have this academic mentor scheme. But which is very important because we see there's a need for it. You have so many wonderful ideas, but the staff must know. Remember, staff, you must train your staff first before you can even train your students. Okay, we have not forgotten that, so that's why this one is a very important component. Okay, all clear about 4 cases. Any questions? Oh, very clear. No questions. Okay, the 4-phase process guide the institution to enhance and strengthen your implementation by addressing the 4 areas. Okay, can you remember what the 4 areas? There are 3, right? Okay, let's jot your memories. What are the 4 areas of focus? What's the 4 areas? What are the 4 areas of focus? Group 4, give me 1. What are the 4 areas? First one is what? Relevance. The first areas of focus is about relevance, relevant to industry needs. How about the second one? Professionalism, okay, building the students so that they're able to cope with future work. Third one? Innovation. Innovation for who? Innovating products or innovating the way you teach? Innovating the way you teach. And one more thing, how do you support the way you teach? How do you support the way you teach? You must have conducive learning environment. Okay? So for those of you who have a chance to go to Singapore College, you will have a look. The way we change, even the spaces. We see whether we have opportunity to share with you the diagram. Even the spaces that the students study, in their free time, is so beautifully done up. Because our previous principal, when he came in, he wanted to generate a lot of activities in the college. So the first thing he did was, a lot of empty spaces, he converted them into very conducive learning spaces for students to learn. So if you go to Poly now, you see every corner of every students, his aim is to make sure students, to allow students, or rather to encourage students to do their work in the Poly, to generate the best. A lot of students, when they come, you see a lot of students. So a lot of spaces, even empty spaces, no-use spaces, is converted into very beautiful, conducive learning environment. Not to teach you, for students to do their work. And everywhere you can see power plug, you can use for the computer. So the whole thinking is very different. Not only about supporting your curriculum, but also support the way your students learn. Very important. And then what's the last one? Quality. Okay? Relevance, professionalism, innovation, and quality. Okay, these are the 4 areas of focus. So, and what are the 4 phases? If you reach your relevance, what must you do? You need to map. Mapping. Mapping very important. Second one, enhancing CDIO skill set. Third, innovating. And last one, sustaining. Quality is always about sustaining, correct? Sustain something, you always must have quality control. Otherwise, cannot sustain. Okay, so the 4 focus. Then the focus will be the future focus, purpose-driven, design-led, and quality-minded. Okay. Okay, now the mapping phase. The mapping phase focuses on ensuring curriculum relevance in the face of a rapidly changing environment. So, in the organization, like I mentioned earlier on, the world is changing. So, you need to make sure that students are prepared to meet future challenges. So, you look at, actually this is it's not an easy task. So first you have to do trend analysis, it's not an easy task. So we are going to help you by providing you with ready data. Okay, so that you don't have to do your own research. But if you are going to do this in your spare time, you're going to do your own research. Because the data we are going to give you is global data. So you got to do the data relevant to Thailand. So that the exercise become more useful. Okay, then you look at the future opportunity and challenges. Now what you usually do is, for this whole exercise, this after you're going to do is that you look at future trend, then you look at future of work. Okay, what sort of work you expect the students to have. And in order to fulfill this sort of work, what sort of new competencies you need to train the students. Okay, and then if you look at this future of work, before you look at that, you also look at the challenges. Okay? Now the world is moving so fast. What challenges can you expect? And what are the opportunities? What opportunity can you derive from this particular trend? Okay, so all are linked together. There's a lot of things here, but it doesn't matter because it's something we're going to go step by step. Okay, on the future of work competency, you look at the challenges, you look at the opportunity, then you look at the new competency, then we map the competency against the other skills. So this whole exercise is on that. Institutions are encouraged to be future focused when exploring possible future reality. Now the second exercise we're going to do tomorrow morning will be how are you going to raise the professional standards in your technical competence. Remember this morning I mentioned, you are very good technically, you are very good theoretically, but how do you put theory into practice? Okay, which is something which is important and unfortunately is lacking. So that's why the whole education system, the whole education arena is very different these days. And also one of the things that we also do, also send students abroad. We call it active learning, standard 8. So we send students abroad, like those in tourism, we send them abroad to go on cruise, to find out. They're actually in the job, on the job. Okay, we call this internship, we send them out. And also, I don't know whether, I think some of you are in next program. Next program also one part, how we train the students to understand the community. Okay, these are some of the programs that they were put in place. And the next program has been participated by many countries now. Vietnam, Thailand, I think there are a lot, 60 students. Is it 60 students for the next program, the last? 25, okay. So we have another program, how do you engage your students to understand the community? Okay, so the next program is to encourage the students to understand the community, how the community functions, and they help the community to achieve develop products. Okay, and this is the C&D, emphasizing on C&D of the CDIO-based, how you conceive ideas, how you design. But of course they don't go through, they do a prototype, and then once the community wants it, you can further develop. So we have many of this going on. We also, actually our very first one is in Indonesia. In Indonesia, Muhammadiyah University. Then we move on to Thailand, Vietnam, and VAP. And then in Malaysia with UTM, University of Technology in Malaysia. And then Thailand, Jakarta. I visited one of them last year. It's quite interesting. So the students see, you train the students not only to design products, but they also stay in the village. Okay, mingle with the people. So this is the best way to train students. Very engaging. It's standard 8. Although the skill sets, CDIO skill set, but we also practice standard 8. Student engagement. Real world, standard 7. It's not industry related, but it's the environment, it's a real environment that we put them through. Okay, so some of these programs we all have already been doing, so which is also part of the CDIO. Okay, so this is an enhancement-based developing projects and so on. So from there, most of the students after the next program, after they come back, if they want to continue with these projects, they can also do so. Okay, so they'll make this into their final year projects. I remember the very first one we did, it was back in 20, well, this is a long time ago. Do you remember the first multidisciplinary project with the Asia? 2010. Okay, in the year 2010, what happened was that we have been implementing CDIO for 2004 to 2010, 6 years. And we say, what happened to the students? So now we started to engage the students. Then I started the multidisciplinary projects in 2006 actually. But in 2010, we make it big. We involved the School of Design. We involved many schools. So we have a 6-week program. That was a pilot run. Because multidisciplinary project is quite difficult to implement. So we actually started with a pilot run. Okay? So the students, we have to ask students whether they're willing to spend their holiday. Their holiday is 8 weeks. Whether they're willing to come back for 6 weeks. So about 40 students came back. The exact figure I can't remember now, but I think it's about 40 students. 40 students came from a few schools, electrical, 6 schools, electrical, school of design, mechanical, CLS, architecture, design schools. So students from the 6 schools came together. In the beginning, there was a lot of problem. What problem do you think happened? We have 6 students from 6 schools in a team. What do you think is the first problem? Communication. What sort of communication do you think happened? You're a designer, you taught design language. I'm an engineer, I taught engineer language. Everything you see you can design and you can make, I think cannot make. That was the first communication problem. Designer always think of fanciful things, but they do not think about the functionality. So that was the first communication problem. Okay? And then the engineer is very anxious. Let's get to work, Designer, and let's think of ideas. So engineers are different. So can you imagine a team of 6 different students? Very challenging, right? Yes. Okay, so that was our pilot run. Okay, 6 weeks, students stayed together for 6 weeks. And some of them actually, during the exploration stage, they actually went to Malacca, Malang in Indonesia. Okay? Perak. Some of them went to the hospital. So we were working with Kudemat, one of the hospital. Some went to Indonesia. So 40 students, we split them all over Singapore and abroad. So that was the first challenge, 6 weeks. But then through the program, we find out what are the problems. How do you maintain, sustain this sort of program? Okay, so it wasn't something like, we want to introduce multidisciplinary into it. It's not. Okay, a lot of lecturers were involved. I remember 6 weeks. Some lecturers are willing to stay behind to get the group. Okay, so they burn their holidays, but they were ready to come back and stay. So we did this pilot run, and then subsequently we then introduced it. Now it becomes one of the programs. Most of the program, one sort of multidisciplinary focus program, which I will share more tomorrow. Multidisciplinary is one form. There are many ways of doing multidisciplinary. Okay, so you see, when we talk about lecturers, we also talk about students. We got to make sure they are prepared. Okay, some students, I think there are many projects that they've done. Some on design, some actually study the Alzheimer patient, finding out how to make them remember things. Quite interesting projects, and the work we have produced was quite interesting. Okay, so this is the first task of us trying to implement multidisciplinary. When I introduced it in my program, there was only 3 schools: chemical engineering, and mechanical and electrical. But it's a very small group as well, but it's part of the program. But this is a large scale. And then after the pilot run, we continue with the program. Okay, it became one of the modules. And then because I was part of this planning, part of this project group, so later on it was introduced. After the 6 weeks, it was introduced as part of the program for the whole semester. So again, timetabling was held because the students, now we limit to 3 schools. School of Design, Mechanical and Electrical, even 3 schools. I remember the timetabling was held because we have to coordinate. The students come from different schools. We have to make sure we allocate like 2 half days of a week. And we have to inform all the timetabling from the various schools to say, these are the students who are going to do this multidisciplinary projects. Okay, so don't forget the students also come from different programs. So it's not easy, that's why I need this quality control. And you need to sustain this type of thing. How do you continue? You don't want to do it once and then fail. You don't want to do it again. Okay, so this quality control, sustain is very important. But it's still continuing, but in another form. So it's evolution. We started off with pilot, but now it's changed in many forms. In different ways of introducing this multidisciplinary. And the latest we have moved is Engineering Academy, which encouraged multidisciplinary. But this Engineering Academy was set up 2 years ago, 2-3 years ago, to cope with this sort of change. So remember we started with a pilot run, 6-week full-time holiday, and then it evolved. Because you need changes, you need to maintain. You don't want to throw this away after one run. So it is now still in place, but the approach that we adopted is different. Okay, so we have engineering academy, and I think they are forming another one, chemical. You understand? Still in progress. So we have engineering academy between mechanical engineering, two schools. So the creativity. Then I think SIMO is now also setting up another academy between their own discipline. So you see, it evolve in another form. Evolve in the form that's suitable for your planning and so on. In this sort of enhancing phase, enhance the skill set. So we don't just stop at design and build. We move from design and build to many more things. Okay? So I was quite happy to be involved, but it was a really, I tell you the planning is there, especially the planning. And it involves so many people. So you can do it, but you need to have a lot of stamina. Okay? So the trick is what? How do you maintain the kind of stamina? I'm talking to experience. How do you maintain the kind of stamina? Do you see I still have stamina? Do I still have stamina? No, you're not admitting that. Do I still have the stamina? The stamina to go on. What's the trick? How do you sustain these sort of things? You know, stamina, still have the energy, You do this for so many years. How come you still have this energy? Three of us still have this energy. What's the trick? Anybody tell me? Why do you think you still have this energy to want to go on and do more? What's the trick? Anybody? What's the trick? Why do you still have this energy?
Satisfaction.
Yeah, satisfaction. Enjoy. So many people ask me this question, Linda, how come you're still, jumping about, going up and down? I really go up and down because I fly up and go down. So I'm actually jumping up and down. Because I always tell them the trick is because I enjoy what I'm doing. You see, once you enjoy what you're doing, you don't feel tired because you're enjoying it. So you must, the champion, and also you must have champion. So you must enjoy what you're doing. If you don't enjoy what you're doing, nothing can work. Okay, so the trick is that you must enjoy what you're doing and very satisfaction. Huh? I didn't say really, are you satisfied? Okay, for me, I'm speaking for myself. So in order to do this thing for so long, and we keep improving it. We don't do just, we started out with very simple projects. I'll show you the very first project, and you see the future projects. You do a comparison, it's very, very different. So we keep trying to improve it, enhance it. That's why the second thing is very important. Enhancing the skill set. You don't just stop at that, you just keep improving it. Okay? So the trick is you must enjoy it. Okay, if you don't enjoy it, nothing works. Okay, the third one will be innovating. Yeah, talk a lot about this really, about innovating the teaching and learning methods about the space. Okay, then go on to the last one. The sustaining phase highlight the importance of producing the strategic resources and staff professional development. So again, we have to keep updating ourselves. Like for us, we also attend conferences to find what other people are doing. If there's very interesting talks, we also go to improve ourselves so that we are constantly updated. And also one of the best ways to learn, like for us, we're conducting workshops. We also learn from the participant. Okay, so we learn from the participant, like I learned a lot just by talking to Professor Noy. So I can use what I learned and then I share with other people. So this is a whole community. We learn, we share, and so on. Okay, now, allocate creating non-cumbersome quality assurance process. Now for this particular one, tomorrow Simo is going to share with you. For us, we have a very robust academic quality management system put in place. Okay, the academic quality management system is there to help staff, for them to understand how you design, develop a curriculum, how you monitor your implementation, and how you review a curriculum. So we have a very robust system. Okay, and people, even the lecturers, those are in charge of courses, must understand this we call it AGMS system, so that we are able to follow through. and also because we are ISO certified. You know, ISO 9000, we are also ISO certified. So that means to be able to be given ISO certification, we talk about the processes, the system in place. Because ISO talk about your process, your evidence. So in order to generate evidence, you got to make sure you follow the process, right? You generate evidence. So because we are also ISO certified, that's why we are very serious in the whole process. Because we need to create evidence at the end of the day for auditing. To ensure that we say what we want to do, we really do. It means we do what we say, we walk the talk. So for this AQMS, we will share with you tomorrow afternoon how it's done. Okay, and lastly, we have promoting positive working relationship and inspiration activities like engagement support. Actually, we have. We will share tomorrow on the three things: professional practice, engagement. I need to share.
Actually, I can.
Yeah. Okay, tomorrow, Simo is going to share with you the academic quality management system as well as a bit of the academic mentoring system. How you mentor it's called peer engagement. How you engage your fellow lecturers, help each other. So I will ask you, it's not in the program, but I'll ask you to touch a bit on that. Okay, so give you some ideas how we make that happen. We don't just share, we share what we practice, we don't share what is in the market, we share what we practice. Okay, so this is my last slide. Actually, I put this here, but it turned out not so well, so I'm not going to put this up. Because the person who did this for me, they have this canvas. She will try to put this canvas actually captures the whole essence of the workshop. But it's not very well done, so but okay, so this actually is you can see on the screen, yeah. Okay, we call this advancing CDIO individual campus. So we're going to use this for tropical workshop so that you walk in the room, see this. I'm going to do something on here. So for this, I think it's okay. It's not bad. Okay, thank you. So this is repeated, this is actually here. So we talk about the forces of change in future of work. Remember we talked about trend analysis. For forces of change in future of work, we need competency. So these are the three things. Now, whenever we do anything, we always ask ourselves, what is it we want to do? Okay, we always start with the end in mind. You understand what I mean by end in mind? Yeah, please ask yourself what you want to do at the end of the day. So our focus here is we want to make sure that our future graduates, okay, has the knowledge, the training, the knowledge, the mindset, attitude, skills, and competency. See, I talk about competency and skills, but I have only included this mindset. We know this mindset is there, and attitude. You can have the best students, all A's, but if he has lousy attitude and mindset, what's going to happen? I would rather employ somebody who has very good attitude, ready to learn. Okay, but not so good in the results, but I can train him. Then someone who is a perfect A scorer, but with a lousy attitude. Because you are going to have a hard time getting result people. So very important is the mindset and the attitude of students. So we not focus only on results, we also focus on the well-being. So this is what we have in mind at the end of the day. How you want to train your students. Okay, so with that in mind, then look at your current students. What are their motivation of current students? What motivates them? What is their aspiration? So now for most courses in the poly, we actually ask the course manager, okay, to have a persona of the students, current and future, before they plan their program. Okay, currently this is the students' motivation, their aspiration, their challenges, what challenge them, what are the challenges, their concern, what are their learning styles, and what are their needs. Okay, very important, what's the learning style, how do they learn? And then what do you want to turn them into? Into somebody with thinking, with the correct mindset, with the right attitude, with the right knowledge, and so on. So you have a persona of these current students in the future. So most of the courses will have this two picture. You know, a persona is a fictitious representative of the students. Okay, we have before and after. Then from there, we can ask ourselves, what are the things you want to do? Okay, based on the forces of change, the world change, the trend, the future of work, based on the new competency, we then look at mapping the CDIO skill set for future students. Okay, first step. Then we look at enhancing the professional skill set, professional practice and standards. How would you do that? Okay, we do that through the projects. What is it that you want to talk about? Multidisciplinary project, cross-functional projects. What is it going to talk about? We actually talk about developing their interpersonal skills. We talk about developing the skills. Okay, multidisciplinary. We need to talk about how we work with people. Okay, developing the interpersonal skills through the cross-functional team. Okay, this is one method. I'm not saying this is the only method. Okay, if you feel that there's other methods that can help you enhance the skills, please do that. And then we talk about collaborative teamwork. Okay, how do you work in a team? Not only about communication, but also about teamwork. Then we talk about innovating, the third phase, innovating teaching approaches learning space. Okay, the one very important one which I always mention is alignment, constructive alignment of pedagogy. Okay. Normally, BRICS, B-R-I-C-K, BRICS talk about constructive alignment between learning outcomes, teaching and learning methods, assessment. But here I include one more, learning space. So we have constructive alignment for 4 components rather than 3. The learning space. And then we talk about active learning, active teaching. And the last one is the experience, design, and conducive learning space. Okay, so for this space, in order to fulfill what you want to fulfill, these are the 3 things. And finally, we talk about strategic requirement of support change. We talk about self-professional development. We talk about academic quality assurance processes. So it's not only about AQMS, it's not only about the processes. We also talk about human. How do you involve human into this sustaining quality? It's a lot to fulfill, isn't it? Is it a lot to fulfill? But once you do it gradually, the system in place will become very natural. Like now when we do this, to us is, because we've been doing it for many years, so it's a natural process now. Oh, do this, we've got to include the space and so on. Huh? Okay? Now, any question on this? 5 minutes Q&A. Any questions? Because I think it's a lot to absorb, right? So 5 minutes Q&A. Any questions?
Because now in IPL we are on the time to develop the curriculum, the new curriculum, and how we get into the CDIO in the first stage to develop the curriculum.
That's a very good question because okay, now in component 1, component 3 workshop 1 about mapping. Actually, in the past when I conduct CDIO workshop, I don't do this part. But as we progress, I felt that this whole part is missing. So for those newcomers, that means these new projects, CDIO fundamentals, we don't have this part of mapping. So, but for the new partners like Mongolia and Vietnam, we introduce this part. So you are not losing out. Actually, if we do this innovating, advancing CDIO, the whole of the mapping, okay, is actually in my old program, a revised old program. So we don't lose out in that sense. So that means you still have this skill set to help you to plan. Okay, then when it comes to the innovating part, we do a constructive alignment between your teaching and learning methods. So we actually brought in, because again I said, the first program was, the first initial CDIO projects that we had was very product centric. That means you do standard 8, you do standard 7. Although there's a process, there's a bit of integration, but not fully. So now, whatever I introduced in my previous program, I've already put it into this advancing CDIO. So that means you do mapping, and then workshop 3, you do innovating, but we still have to do a constructive alignment between the learning outcome, teaching and learning methods, and the assessment. So you don't really lose that. It's there. Okay, so you'll be doing these two, you're actually doing the same as my other partners in the fundamental program, or rather the foundation program. Okay, the thing that's new will be the enhancing multidisciplinary projects. Because for the previous program, I only do design and build projects, that's all. But now I'm introducing. So if I introduce this to you, automatically you will know design and build. But my sharing with Professor Nguyen told me that you are already very well prepared for design and build. So we don't really need to go back to fundamentals. We are already there, so let's move further, let's move on, advance it. And the final one, AQMS, we did the evaluation of the 12 standards, but I can easily bring it back in if there's a need for it, for evaluation of 12 standards. Okay, that's the only part that you need to know, because I think it's important, evaluation of 12 standards. Okay, you can introduce that in if you need it, an extra, say maybe 1 or 2 hours. But in whole, you will not lose that. Okay? Anything else? Any other questions? Okay, this whole program, unfortunately, you only can have 10 people. 10 of you are but I don't know which 10. I'll leave it to Professor Nguyen. Okay, so this is a program. In fact, all the days are already there. Okay, for those who are going to continue for component 3, 4, and 5 for the rest of the program, these are all the dates set. In 4 days in August, another 4 days in October, 5 days in November, and then the last component will be, the last workshop will be in January. Okay, this will cover more than that. So, but not to worry, for those who are not selected, the 10 of you will come back and transfer the knowledge to you. Okay, so this is the total program. And okay, I don't think I want to go to the objective. Okay, for each program, this program has background review. For every program, we have an objective. That is, what do you want to produce at the end of the day? Okay, for each program. So this will provide you with background review. Because I want to go to this. Okay, any questions? If no question, I'll stop for lunch. Okay.
นะครับเล็กย่อมาจาก Learning Express นะครับเป็นค่ายที่เราทำกับสิงคโปร์ Polytechnic Learning Express เป็นค่ายที่เป็นโมดูลเป็นวิชาหนึ่งอย่างนี้ดีกว่าครับวิชาหนึ่งในสิงคโปร์ Polytechnic เรียกว่า Social Innovation OSIC นะครับ Oversea Social Innovation OSIP Social Innovation Project ผมเล่าให้ฟังอย่างนี้นะครับซึ่งจะวิชานี้เป็น2 ระดับนะครับถ้าเรียนในสิงคโปร์ Polytechnic จะใช้เวลา16 สัปดาห์เหมือนปกติโดยใช้โปรแกรม การที่เรียกว่ากระบวนการดีไซน์ทิงกิ้งซึ่งผมคิดว่าพี่พิธีกรจะเล่าให้ฟังนะครับว่าดีไซน์ทิงกิ้งเนี่ยทำยังไงมันจะอยู่ในตัว C กับตัว D นะครับทีนี้ตัว learning experience คืออะไรแทนที่ว่าจะเรียน16 สัปดาห์ในมหาวิทยาลัยปกติหรือในสิงคโปร์เทคนิคปกติเขาก็จะยกทั้ง16 สัปดาห์เนี่ยเหลืออยู่แค่14 วันแล้วก็มาทำต่างประเทศก็จะเลยเรียกว่า Overseas Social Innovation Project นะครับก็มาทำกับมทรของเราเมื่อเดือนปลายเดือนมีนาที่ผ่านมานะครับก็มาเสริมให้อาจารย์ทราบด้วยว่ามีกิจกรรมอะไรบ้างแล้วก็จะได้เข้าใจว่าสิ่งที่พิธีกรพูดเรื่อง Lex หรือ Learning Experience ที่เรียกคืออะไรนะครับก็ขอบคุณอาจารย์ครับขอบคุณครับ
ก่อนจะถึงภาคบ่ายนะคะจะขอสรุปตอนเช้านิดนึงก่อนตอนนี้เนี่ยเรากำลังคุยกันเรื่อง CDIO process นะคะว่าจะมา integrate กับการออกแบบหลักสูตรแล้วก็กระบวนการเรียนการสอนยังไงวันนี้เราพูดสั้นๆเรามาทำไมเรื่อง CDIO ก็แค่ว่าทำยังไงวันนี้เนี่ยครูไม่ได้เป็นครูอย่างเดียวซะแล้วครูอาจจะต้องเปลี่ยนเป็นผู้จัดการการเรียนรู้ใช่ไหมคะทำยังไงให้นักเรียนได้เป็น change agent of their own learning เนี่ยครูต้องเปลี่ยนก่อนวันนี้ความรู้ไม่ได้อยู่ในตัวครูแล้วแต่ความรู้เนี่ยมันอยู่ทั่วไปเลยเดี๋ยวจะมีการคุยกันต่อว่ามันอยู่ที่ไหนบ้างซึ่งเราต้องสอนให้เด็กเนี่ยเป็น self independent learners ใช่ไหมคะเด็กจะต้อง survive ได้ในศตวรรษนี้เมื่อเช้านี้เราคุยกันเรื่อง4โฟกัสมีอะไรบ้างนะคะ4โฟกัสคัด4โฟกัสเมื่อเช้านี้ CDIO 4โฟกัสมีอะไรบ้างฮะค่ะ4โฟกัสลืมไปแล้วอ่ะมี4โฟกัส4 phase แล้วก็4 principles ใช่ไหมคะเมื่อเช้านี้เราก็จะเห็นแล้วว่าในเดี๋ยวค่อยดูคำตอบนะคะแต่ว่าเพียงแต่โอเคนะตอบตัวเองนิดนึงนะคะเสร็จแล้วเนี่ยมันจะมีอยู่บาง process ที่เราจะต้องทำยังไงให้เด็กเนี่ยมีกระบวนการเรียนรู้ร่วมกันนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นเมื่อกี้อาจารย์ปูก็เลยนำเสนอวิดีโอซึ่งเราเนี่ยได้ทดลองวันนี้เราได้ทดลอง pilot project เนี่ยนะคะไป 2-3 โปรเจกต์หนึ่งก็คือเรื่อง Lex ที่เมื่อกี้พูดกัน learning express ก็คือให้เด็กเนี่ยได้พูดออกมาได้คิดออกมานะคะเพราะฉะนั้นก็มีกระบวนการที่ได้ดูวิดีโอไปแล้วนะคะแล้วก็มีโครงการที่เราทำเรื่องของ creative capacity building เป็นโครงการทดลองเฉยๆแล้ววันนี้เนี่ยเราก็มาดูกระบวนการทั้งหมดคือ CDIO ทั้งภาพนะคะมีคำถามถามว่าแล้วเราจะเอามาปรับในหลักสูตรที่เรากำลังทำอย่างไรเดี๋ยวรอตอนเย็นหรือว่าตอนเช้าพรุ่งนี้เราจะคุยภาพต่อไปตอนนี้ก็เลยขอเชิญชวนให้อาจารย์เนี่ยดูก่อนว่า CDIO จริงๆแล้วเนี่ยหลักการมันคืออะไรนะคะ
My name is Lee, L-E. Okay, that's my family name. It's easy to remember. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not related to our Prime Minister. He is also Lee. I'm the wrong Lee. He's the right one. Right, good afternoon. Now the whole afternoon I'll be talking to sharing with you the first thing about mapping CDIO skill sets. So remember, there are 4 phases to advancing CDIO. So we want to start with understanding the future first before we start what we want to do today. Okay, so we want to look into the future. So introduction to mapping CDIO skill sets starts with this principle of being future focused. Future focused. Now, I'm going to how many of you have seen this movie? It's a movie. And this movie has been around for many years. How many of you seen this movie? Very good. Minority Report. Okay. And of course, it featured the handsome young man by the name of Tom Cruise. Do you remember which year this movie was screened? Which year? Do you remember which year? 2006, anymore? 2008? Anymore? It was screened 2002. How many years ago? 14 years ago. But if you remember that movie, it has a lot of technologies that we have not seen it before. 2002. Isn't it? Imagine some of those technology like touchscreen. Touchscreen was never around. Was never there at all. If you look at sharing information, push. Today, of course, we see it. But back then, in 2002, it was really futuristic. Now, let us take a step back and ask yourself, what is the future for your student? Which year are you training them for? Which year? Are you training them for 2016? Or are you training them for 2020? Are you training them for 2025? The future is very different from today. And that's the reason why when we are looking at enhancing CDIO, we are very conscious of the fact that it's very important that we are future focused. Otherwise, our graduates may leave with a set of knowledge and set of skills that are no longer needed in the industry. And that is a sad thing. And that happens to many countries in the world. I was doing a very quick review of what is happening in Taiwan. 20% of graduates could not find jobs because they have the wrong skills. It's not they do not have a piece of paper to say I'm a degree graduate. They do. They can't find jobs. The jobs that used to be there moved somewhere else. I was in Spain a couple of years ago, in Barcelona. I was with one of the top universities talking to them. They shared with me about 30% of the graduates can't find jobs. Why? Again, their skills are no longer relevant. And yet we have a responsibility for that. The students choose around the university, choose your university, choose mine. Means we have a very big responsibility for that. So I'd like you to come along in this journey with me. I'd like to share with you what we can do about it. So this is the first step in CDIO skill set. How do we map? And what is this about? Okay. So this is about focusing on the future to ensure that our curriculum, our degree programs, our learning activities, the way we teach, are relevant to the very rapidly changing industry. Industry change very quickly, and that's a reality. You can't stop that. So the first thing first, we are here. Okay, so this is a process. I'm going to walk you through. This is a process. The students coming to the university here, we want to get them there. How to get them there? Unless we know, hey, where is the there? Where is this place they're heading to? What is this new industry? In the year 2025, what will life be like? What kind of jobs are there? Do you realize there are jobs that exist today that never exist 10 years ago? You never heard of such a job. One day I received a phone call from a friend of mine. We did our master together. We did our MBA. I did my MBA in 9 countries. Fun. It was really, really fun. 9 countries. Okay, so my first stop was in Paris and so on and so forth. Then we go to New York, we go to Tokyo, we go to Korea and so on and so forth. So my fellow classmate, he went off and we separated for many years. And one day he called me and said he's going to visit Singapore. And then he gave me his job title. He's CIO. So I said, what is CIO? Oh, I happen to be the Chief Imagination Officer. I said, you're kidding me, right? There's no such job. Chief IT Officer I heard of, He said, no, it's really. And his job is to imagine things that the company never imagined of. That's his job. His job is to dream of crazy things so that the company keep on moving forward in a highly competitive environment. And that job never existed many years ago, but today I was told there is such a job now. Futuristic thinking. So you'll be surprised, some of the jobs that you're training your graduates to fulfill today may not exist anymore. New jobs are available. It is our responsibility to figure out. Is it hard to figure out? Yes. Must we figure out? Of course you have to. Because we owe it to them. They are our social responsibility. I don't know about you, I feel it very strongly. So why trend analysis? That's why I want to lead you to talk about conducting trend analysis. How is trend analysis important? It is important. Because it's important because the world is changing. I don't know about Chiang here, but in the country I come from, in Singapore, if you visit us once every 2 years, you will be lost. Because they shift the world, they change the building. The changes are incredibly fast. And if you think Singapore changed fast, you should go to Shanghai. It will shock the socks out of you, how fast it changed. Many years ago, my first trip, I was still a young man. Now I'm very old. I was in Shanghai, and they do not have rapid train system yet. There is no what we call the tube. And they came to Singapore to visit us, and they said, oh, we have our MRT, our mass rapid transit. Guess how long it took? It took us 10 years to plan, 10 years to build. It took us 10 years to plan, because they debate, should we have, do we not have, should we have buses, or should we have a train? Finally, they agreed 10 years. It took them 10 years to debate, and then 10 years to build. In Shanghai, 2 years. When they decided to build, they built it in 2 years. I was shocked, because 2 years later I went there, this is a Shanghai I visited 2 years ago. The world is changing. How fast do we change as an education institution? Oh, slow, isn't it? So slow. Because we think that, to educate, it takes 100 years. Who said that? Confucius. But things have changed. Confucius' context and today's context is a very different context. In those days, you could sit under the tree and talk. Today, you can't hold your student for 2 seconds. If you can hold your student attention for 2 seconds, you are very good. Isn't it? Because I would say, I don't know about your students. My students, the moment they come to my class, what come up first? Mobile phone. Okay, so I stopped mobile phone in my class. No, of course not. You can't stop that. So this is a reality that the society everywhere are undergoing massive transformation, massive change. Look at this photograph, it's from Thailand. Look at the changes. Even the elephant need to change. They realize if you want to attract people to the zoo, you change. Because they have seen enough elephant, but they have not seen an elephant that dress up like a panda bear. So you get attraction. I'm not trying to do mimic like this, but I want to share with you the importance of change. And the society is changing very quickly. What are we doing about it as an education institution? Should we therefore respond? Or you're still quite happy recycle your own notes because it's environmentally very friendly. Recycle your own ideas because we want to go retro. It doesn't work. We owe it to our students to change and change with mass. We have a word for this kind of environment that we live in today. We call it the VUCA word. VUCA, the VUCA word. The VUCA word is one word, the environment that is characterized by four realities. First, volatility, very, very volatile. The world that we live in is highly volatile. A week ago, there were 28 members in the EU. Today we left with 27 in 1 week. See how fast they changed. And the world was not prepared for it. They thought that UK would never vote to leave the European Union. The whole world was wrong. The whole world was wrong. And it's so volatile. Another thing is the world is very uncertain. Look at what is happening now in the European Union. It's so uncertain. So what will happen now? What do? Whenever we sign all the contracts, if you're a businessman, you'll be very worried. I signed the contracts thinking that my products from UK can sell to Europe. Today, oops, it doesn't work anymore. What do? You look at the world as highly complex. Problems are very, very complex. It's no longer, okay, this causes solve a problem. It's multifaceted. It's layered. It's highly complex. It's ambiguous. You don't know what caused what. Which is the cause and which is the effect. And nobody seems to know. We call this a VUCA world. Okay, so the world is highly volatile. Where the speed of change is moving very quickly. The world is highly uncertain because, well, we do not know the outcome. It's very difficult to predict the outcome. The world was trying to predict the outcome when UK voted whether Brexit to stay or not to stay, right? In fact, the day before the voting, the Dow Jones Index went up 500 points because they think that they will not win. They are not so foolish to be, right? Well, the world was wrong. They were really foolish. And 1.5 million now want to vote again. Can I re-vote? Oh, sorry. Can I go back? They can't. It's highly complex. The world become, very uncertain. Lastly, there is lack of clarity in this world today. No one can give you assurance anymore. And because of that, this is the world that we live in. And therefore, the environment becomes very important to us. How we should look into the future. Let me share with you. If you are teaching the way you teach, or you're still teaching the same knowledge, I have news for you. We call it the half-life of knowledge. The rate of obsolescence of your information is once every 4 years. What you know it to be true 4 years later is no longer true. Because new knowledge has replaced old. Now, what is the implication to us as educators? By the time your student learn in year 1, they try to apply when they leave 4 years later, they may be told by the industry, sorry, this principle no longer applies. This knowledge has been overtaken by new understanding. So how do we respond? How can our education institution design learning system, learning approaches to keep current? How do we do that? I'll just share with one of your colleagues here. The way we do it in the place I come from, we make it easier to change. We make it easier to change. In other words, if you want to change the curriculum, we want a system to support you in the change. We do not want to put too many layers of approval. I must write this paper and then give me 10 questions to answer. Okay, answer all the 10 questions. Then go to the next layer and you ask another 3 questions and you get exhausted and you give up trying to change. Sound familiar? Yes. That's what we used to be. We were like that. Since then, about 10 years ago, our polytechnic policy maker decided, forget it, change. You don't need approval. As long as the change is less than 30% of the total curriculum, go ahead. So make it easier to change. That's how we respond. Because we know that if we don't change, what we continue to teach, all things, who suffer at the end of the day? The student, your graduate, the industry, Singapore economy. Because we can't compete with the rest of the world. So, the half-life of knowledge. So this is what we call volatility. Another volatility that we see, or uncertainty, is called the globalization. My colleague shared with you earlier on what globalization is. Simply means the world becomes more connected, right? We are more connected. I just arrived from Singapore yesterday, see how fast we connect. And see how the world of business connect. Today, there's no such thing called boundary. Your customer in this country, your consumer could easily buy anything from Singapore through the internet, can you? Okay. So how does that impact the way you teach business? What business model are you teaching? You're still teaching the old way competitive, we put barrier to trade, we put tax. It doesn't work anymore. See how you must change the way you teach. Because the world has become far more connected, far more complex, far more uncertain. In the past, you can do your projection. If I sell this amount, if I can win 10% of this market share, we are happy. But today your market is very different. You become very uncertain, very difficult to predict. You look at global warming. Global warming and the resulting climate change is very, very severe. The consequences are very severe. And worst of all, it's very hard to predict. Look at the weather this year. They keep on predicting last month was the hottest month of the year. In Singapore, they say February was the hottest month in the year. Then they realize, oh sorry, March became the hottest month of the year. Then they came, oh, now it's April. You see how difficult to predict? Very uncertain. So globalizations, global warming, and how are we responding? Do we have a role to play as education institution? We make it a point in the poly. Now we train students to be environmentally conscious. All our engineering courses now would have include this thing called sustainable development. In the business school, we train students about responsible consumption. Last year, I was doing a project with our government, how to cut waste, how to reduce waste. Let's not contribute to global warming. That's how we're going to respond as an institution. Imagine if your graduate, when they go and look for a job, your graduate can talk about global warming confidently. They can talk about, oh, in the institution we come from, we are very environmentally conscious. We are trained to do development in a sustainable manner. As a consumer, we are responsible. You see, your graduates stand out. They are different. Unless we do something about it, otherwise they're still the same. Okay? So it's very critical. How about the kind of students that we have today? The walking 2-year system. Are they very different from those that we used to teach 10 years ago? They are very different. In fact, there are many words to describe them. Okay? In Singapore, we call them, okay, the connected people. Because they cannot be disconnected. They'll be very lost. If you remove their mobile phone, it's like taking their life support system away. Isn't it? Oh, why did you take away my phone? I cannot leave. Because that's how they build their life. Their lives, the way they communicate, the way they connect with people, the way they build network, everything. So, they have very complex behavior. When they come to your class and you tell them to disconnect, they cannot accept that. So as educator, how do we reinvent education? How do we rethink ways that I can better connect with my students? Okay? I don't know about you, some of you probably keep Facebook with your student. You do? Okay. I told my student, I have a Facebook and it's called Faceless. Yeah, it's called Faceless Facebook. Okay, so if you want to connect with me, okay, please don't go through the Facebook. Okay, I'm the old-fashioned guy, but we connect in different ways, see? But what I'm trying to share with you, you must find a way to better connect with the student, to engage them in active learning. It is our way. They say, well, we are professor, they are student, you learn the way I teach. Huh? Should you learn the way that they learn? Should you teach the way that they learn? Let me repeat what I just said. Some of us as professors think that the student should learn the way you teach. Should as professor, we should teach the way that they learn. That's exactly. Should we teach the way that they learn, rather than learn the way we teach? It's a world different. To do that means what? We must make a change. We must shift. We must reorientate to understand that our students have very complex behavior today. And that's a reality. Can you change that? No. They are like that. So, there are many ways to engage them. Okay? So in the next course, if you come aboard the second part of the program, we will share with you the many different approaches that we develop over time to better engage students in active learning. And next, Internet of Things. I think this has been said anywhere, many times, all over the world, that today the world is highly interconnected because of Internet. And therefore, when we approach our students, it's the same thing. Okay, they are so well connected to the Internet. Can't we use the Internet to become our teaching resources? Why should it be separate? Should we therefore incorporate Internet in the way we share and teach the students? We should. And how do we do that? How do we incorporate that? We're going to share with you later on how we transform learning space to put in technology-enabled facilities to encourage that kind of learning. And lastly, I don't know about here, but in Singapore, there's a rumbling from the ground. Citizens today are very different from the citizen I used to be. In Singapore, when I was a citizen, I'm still a citizen, by the way. It's just that I belong to the old school citizen. Whatever the government does or do, we just say, oh, accept it. They are the government, accept. Today, it's very different. The citizens of today want to be more participative in the government system, in the policy making. In fact, they are the ones that are asking a lot of questions. We want more transparency from the government. How do you spend the money? Why do you appoint this person to be the judge? So the world has changed, shifted tremendously. So how do we engage students like this? Remember, if that's the attitude towards the government, trust me, the attitude towards you is the same. They want more transparency, they want more engagement, they want to be more participative. How do we do that? How do we ensure and foster positive and responsible citizenry? It is our responsibility. I'm just highlighting just a few trends to share with you how the world has shifted and that impact us tremendously. So the world is evolving. That's a reality. It's time that colleges evolve a bit. Not just what happened in the classroom, but in the entire education system. We must evolve. And what do we mean by the whole education system? Later we'll share with you. I just put down 4 different dimensions when we look at the future of education. The future of education is what you make it out to be. We have the collective responsibility to create that future for our students. Let me repeat. It is our collective responsibility as teachers, as administrators, to create the future of education for our students, because we owe it to them. I do not know you know this person. His name is Ken Robinson, one of the most celebrated educationists in the world. His name is Sir Ken Robinson. If you go to Google or YouTube, put his name, you will have like 10 different speeches made by him. And he is the strongest advocate of creativity in school. In fact, one of his speech has 6 million people watching his video, his speech, and it's called How School Kills Creativity. And who's responsible? And he said, because he's one of the professors from the university. But this is what he truly said. Our task is to educate our students who be so that they can face the future. It is our task. It is our responsibility to train our students so that they can face the future. We may not see the future, but they will. Because they graduate one day, they will face the future, and it's our job to help them to do it well. And I like that, put that proposition to you. Seated here, 70 of you, including myself, we have this responsibility together. So how do we do that? If the future is important, and our responsibility is to help our students to face that future, how do we do that? I'd like to share with you, it's about time that we start thinking about educating forward. It is about time that we think, how can we educate our students forward? How can we do that? The world is changing very fast, with many far-reaching implications, not just about future skills, skills are important, but the entire curriculum, the way we teach pedagogy, the kind of learning outcome, the kind of experience you're going to create for your students, and the space you will create for them. Students come to our universities, come to our colleges, and come to our institutions to have two things. What are the two most important things that they come for? Number one, of course, they are here because they want to succeed. You think they're here just to get knowledge? No. Today's knowledge is a click away. We call it the Google world. There's a click. You want to know anything? The answer says, can I define it? You probably have 10 different answers from your students. So it's not about knowledge. They want to be successful. Number two, they are here in your institution, my institution, for the second most important thing. They want to have an experience. They crave for experience. They want to have a very different lifestyle in your college, in our institution. Therefore, it's our responsibility to create experience, positive experience, that when they leave your institution, they remember you for the rest of your life. And that's why I'm a very keen advocate for the program that a colleague was trying to share with you called LEX, Learning Expressed. Because Learning Expressed is an experience of their lifetime that they will never forget. That they spent 14 days together with 25 jokers from Singapore coming here to share their life here. And they will forever remember that 14 days. I had a fantastic experience in my master. People ask me, hey, you did a master in 9 countries. I say, yeah. What do you learn? And what did I learn? Seriously, I forgot what I learned. I'm not joking. Okay, because what I learned is not important compared to what I experienced. I experienced fantastic relationship with 41 other participants from 25 countries. That was my experience. Anytime when I travel, I pick up the phone Or now, of course, we don't use a phone. We just text. And I have someone at the airport waiting for me, my classmate. That's my experience. This time now, I'm going to Bangkok, I just text. I have my friends, my Korean friends, living in Bangkok for the last 25 years from my class during my master. They want an experience. So, educating forward is not just how do we create curriculum. It is important. How do we train skills? Very important. But also, we want to give our students an active, meaningful learning experience that they will remember you for the rest of their life. And the best of it, hopefully one day, they will take out their checkbook and write down many zeros and donate to your school. Isn't that what you want? Isn't it? Not because you want the money, but you want that engagement, you want that relationship. Everybody wants to feel that we are appreciated, and that's what's happening. If you look at the many successful top universities in the United States, they have never lacked of funding, and the funding comes from the alumni. Why are we not the same? Because we never actually consciously developed that relationship with them. Okay? So, when we talk about educating forward, I'd like you to put on the future lens. Remove your contact lens. Put on your future lens. Remove your progressive lenses. I'm wearing one. Okay? A lot of you maybe don't know what is progressive lens because you're very young. It's for the people who have progressed. We wear progressive lenses. You are still not progressing. Okay, one day you'll reach there, you will wear the progressive lens. Okay, but what is more important is to put on the future lens. And this future lens starts with what? It starts with looking into the future, of course. It begins with exploring the future trends that will impact the industry that you're training your graduates to work in. So look at those trends that will shape, that will mold the industry. Those trends are very critical because that will change the jobs, the nature of the jobs will change. And with that in mind, we ask ourselves, where are we today? We should review what we are currently doing and ask ourselves, how does that measure up? How does that measure with the trends that's happening in the industry? Are we measuring up? Are we on trend? Are we totally off trends? Okay, it's scary if you're totally off the trends. Alright? But those new trends will also actually educate us about new possibilities. What can we do? Alright? New probability, new possibility, and new opportunity for you to develop. And thirdly, you start to look at what are the future landscapes in determining the future-ready graduate attributes. That's what we are after. So in order for your student to be successful in the future, what must they possess? What kind of attributes must they have? See, I use the word attributes. I don't use the word technical knowledge. Because attributes go beyond just knowledge. It's also about attitude. A certain attitude. A certain mindset. Right? So it's a certain attitude that bring into the industry. A certain mindset that bring in. Maybe positive mindset, creative mindset, growth mindset. And that kind of mindsets are also very important. While they may be technically confident, we should also imbue them with a powerful, developing mindsets, positive mindsets. And lastly, with that, we should ask ourselves, what must we change? How should we change? So it informs us the way we should go about designing our curriculum. Go about designing the kind of learning activities that will make an impact in our students. That will make that transformation happen in the 3 to 4 short years they spend with you. How do you help them to transform so that they become the future-ready graduates Okay, in the poly I come from, we use 3 words to describe our graduates. They must be world ready, work ready, and life ready. 3 things. They must be world ready, means they must face the world. Singapore is so small. It is a world. They are a large world. They must be work ready, means they should get them the first job and do it well. But they should be life ready, because life is continuous changing and they must continuously learn. So we teach them lifelong learning skills. Remember, we want them to be successful. I keep saying, students come to our institution to do 2 things. They want to get to be successful and they want to have good experience. Okay? So therefore, we start off by looking at the future lens. Fortunately, there is a tool that Linda shared with you this morning, and this tool is called STEEP, S-T-E-E-P. It's very easy to remember, very steep. That's why it's called a trend, right? Steep trends, we call it. So, STEEP represents 5 dimensions of this VUCA world that we must always look at. The first dimension is called social trends. There's social trends that's moving very quickly. Is, for example, urbanization very critical in the country. In other words, people are moving away from the village and everybody wants to crack into a city. Is that a trend? That is called a social trend. Is it a social trend? For example, you have fast aging population. I understand Thailand is one of the fastest now aging population. But as you know, Singapore, we always joke about Singapore. We're a small country, and yet everything we want to be number 1, including the fastest aging population. We also about number 1. You'll be so, it's a very scary world. Okay? Alright? Where you go out and see very few young people. Everybody is, but our old people are very different. Huh? Okay, we call it the 50s, the 50-year-old in Singapore are the new 40s. Well, they behave at 40 years old. Second dimension is technology. Third dimension, economy. Fourth dimension, the environment. And the last, the political landscape. And these are the 5 trends. Okay? So why do we need to do this? We need to start to explore broadly. This emerging mega trends is happening because these trends impact the industry. It creates opportunity, of course, but it also creates challenges for the industry. But more importantly, okay, it actually shapes the future of work in that industry. What do you mean by future work? The nature of work. How people work in that industry. How do people do? If you go to some of our factories in Singapore, we still have manufacturing. And you walk in, you're wondering, where are the people? Why no human? Because everything is robotic. And you probably have 1 or 2 engineers that run the entire factory. The nature of work has changed. In the past, floors and floors and floors of workers. Today, hardly anybody. And that's the future, what we call the future of work. The nature of work has changed. The kind of competency to run a factory without people. There is a company called Fox. It's a Taiwanese company. They are currently building 1 million robots to work in factories. This company makes component parts for iPhone. You see, things have changed. So it's very important that we must understand these mega trends and how these mega trends actually change and impact the future of work. And with that future of work, what kind of competencies are needed? What kind of mindsets to succeed? Okay, so it challenges education institutions to evaluate the implication of these trends and ask itself, how does it impact education? How does it impact my graduates to be when they want to work? So in steep trends, these are the 5 dimensions. Okay, and these are some pointers where you can look. Alright, I won't go through the details with you. You can read it on your own. If you're doing an analysis, what you should be looking for, these are the pointers. But more importantly, we want to look at what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, and what is the future of work? And then, what kind of new competency my students need in order for them to be very successful in this kind of work that they will graduate to in 5 years from today, 6 years from today, 10 years from today. Okay, so this is the kind of analysis we're looking at. Let me show you an example. We did this once every 2 to 3 years. It's a requirement in where we work, in our institution, that as a program team, like this. If this is a program team, these are the faculty members in charge of one program. They must do this exercise at least once every 2 to 3 years, so that we relook at our curriculum and make the necessary changes. But changes are easy to make, okay, because the approval is more or less there, the structure is there to support us. So the first thing first, when we were doing analysis, I was looking after a program in marketing. Any person teaching marketing here? Marketing. Marketing, okay, right. So this is a program about marketing. Okay. First thing we realized in Singapore, the first social trends that we look at is, goodness, rapid aging population. And we have 2 problems with our aging population. Maybe less acute than yours. Ours is more acute than yours. Number 1, we have falling birth rate. Our fertility rate is one of the slowest in the world. How slow? If we do not reverse the trend, in 50 years from now, there is no Singaporean who is born in Singapore. 0. Not a single person born. Our replacement rate is 2. Right? The fertility rate, replacement rate is 2. Means a set of parents should have 2 kids. On average, 1. One generation, 50% gone. One more generation, everybody disappeared. That's how scary it is. So that's one problem that creates another issue about aging. The second problem that we have with aging is the fact that people live longer. So now you don't have enough children and you live longer. Wow, what is the implications? Immediately, I don't know about here. What is your official retirement age in this country?
60.
60, wonderful. Guess, in Singapore, how old is our
65.
65? Not bad. They just increased by 2 more years. 67 now. Why? You're living longer. You gotta live longer. We can't afford. Because fewer baby means fewer tax. Because they become workers in the future, right? Tax base strong. Social costs increase. How are you going to fund that? How are you going to do that? See the implication? So this is one example of social trends. And there are many. Just to show you one. 2, technology. Singapore is one of the highest wired country in the world. Every home you go to, internet connected. And we have the highest number of, guess what? Telephone ownership. I don't know why so many people need. You only have 1 pair of ears, but they have few phones. My students have few. I don't know what yours are. I said, what do you need 3? This phone my mother will call. So she don't know who I call. Familiar? This is the one that I connect with my student, my friend. This is one I used to do homework. Because you write me, so it's incredible. Highly connected. The speed of change is very quickly. Okay? Right. So another issue is with the economy. Singapore is one of the most open economy in the world. We are very open. We have very few trade barriers. But what does that mean? It's good or bad? It's good and bad. Good because we try to export to the world and the world import to us. But guess what? We import more than we export. In other words, we spend more than we earn. Correct? We import more than we export. Means you buy more than they sell. And that is not good. And not only because we are the most open economy in the world, because we sign many trade treaties with the world, means our border becomes a little more porous. We must also allow people to come and work. Means they compete with you for jobs. And that is a reality. And it also means that capital flights can happen. Capital flight means money leaves the country. If there's a slight problem in your country, money free. Go to somewhere else, go to some other countries. And therefore we go through economic restructuring after economic restructuring, non-stop. Non-stop. And it can be very tiring for people. Next, we talk about the environment. Environment is a very interesting topic in Singapore. We are what we call environmental taker. What do you mean by environmental taker? It means our country is so small that if my neighbors smoke, we get the smell. As simple as that. We get imported pollution. And there's nothing you can do about it. You get haze. We get haze problem every year, and when we make a lot of noise, our neighbor very angry. In fact, one of the neighbors say, for the last 10 months you got good air, you didn't thank us. For 2 months you got haze and you blame us. Okay, that's the kind of relationship we have. It's very tricky, but unfortunately that is a reality. But more importantly in Singapore is that we have a big problem. What is the big problem? Energy. We are energy deficient. In other words, we have to buy energy. Okay? Whether it's electricity or otherwise. We are also water insufficient. We buy water from our neighbor. This is the environment that we live in. In fact, the government has put together $60 million for the next 10 years to look at nuclear education. Wow. Does it mean that we're going to have a nuclear energy? Unlikely, but not impossible. Unlikely because Singapore, you know how big is Singapore, right? It's 700 square kilometers. If you were to drive non-stop from the east, 1 hour time you reach the end or the west. Just 1 hour. You go any further, you go to the sea. But the scary thing is, if you put a nuclear plant anywhere in Singapore, there is no buffer safety zone. So how are you going to have nuclear? So when our government talk about nuclear, do you know who got worried? At first I thought Singaporeans should be worried. No, our neighbors got worried. Malaysia said, hello, please do not have because you're so close to my country. And Indonesia also got worried. So that is our dilemma. The environment is so different. Okay, maybe Thailand is big. You probably can put this one corner tucked somewhere near Myanmar. Or somewhere. Okay. Put near the country that you're not too happy with, you know. You can share your joy and the sorrow. And lastly, we want to talk about political sources. Political change. Government today has to start rethinking how to finance social costs when my tax base is reducing. Oops, what am I going to do? How can I finance medical well-being for my elderly when I can't increase tax anymore? How do we do that? That is a big issue. So these are what we call steep analysis. Alright, I just shared with you how we go about doing analysis when we're looking at the course that we teach. Then you say, what's that going to do with marketing? It does. Because your products need to sell to more elderly. Your products need to, what kind of products must you sell? What kind of environmental issues are you creating? So there are many factors that we have to consider with this. So with that, we look at some of the opportunities and challenges. Okay, again, I may not need to go through the details, but you have a sense of what we're trying to do here. So we look at, for example, opportunity. We realize with technology means the growth of smart technology. Means you can create a lot of entrepreneurial opportunity for my students. They may come up with new products, new innovations, alright, new adaptations of innovation to create new business. So that can be some good thing for my student. provided they have the right attitude and the right tools and the right abilities. We look at the possibility of employment opportunities in new areas of work that they have not thought of. Next, what are the challenges? With technological development, it means what? It simply means that our students need to have this attitude of keep on learning to learn, lifelong learning, because technology shifts and change the whole arena of what job is about. And lastly, how does it impact the future of work? How will the future of work look like? First thing first, immediately we recognize that the future workforce will be multi-generational. What do you mean? Very simple. If you have a company, you probably have people who are in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s, in their 60s, and maybe one in their 70s. So it's multi-generation workforce in the same company. Now, what's the problem with that? Problem. What is the problem? It's a problem, I tell you what. If you're 30-year-old and your boss is 40 years old and you're growing together and he's going to retire at 67, you will never get the job. That's a problem. Right? Because if you won't get retired until 30 years later and you'll be still sitting waiting for his position, when are you going to go? Either organically or deliberately. So that is a reality. So how do we make people work together? And Singapore being an open economy, meaning you have people from different walks of life working with you. So it's not just multinational, multi-generational, it is multicultural. How do we train students to work in this kind of environment? Very different environment. Alright? So we look at some of this example. Work becomes more diffused. Today, you may not need to have an office. Like Dr. Linda Lee and myself, the way we work on the go. Literally on the go. We fly almost every week to some countries. So how do we work? On the internet all the time. Could be in the bus, could be in the train, could be on flight. We work. Do we need the office? No. See how we connect. We are very different. So it takes a certain kind of attitude to adapt to this kind of learning environment, this kind of working environment. This is what we call the future of work. And with that, we define the future of work. Then we define, okay, if this is the future of work that my graduates one day will work in, what kind of new competency do they need? So we highlighted a few, for example, we need to train our students to be adaptable. Adaptability is not knowledge, but it's an attitude. How do we train that? We need to train our students to develop empathy for people. Why? Because if you want to work in a multicultural and multi-generation environment, you need to be empathetic. You need to understand people and work well with people. For example, the next thing, with this new technology changing very quickly, we want to make sure that our graduates are media savvy. In other words, they understand social media. They may not need to write program, but they need to understand the impact and respond accordingly, and so on and so forth. So we create a whole list of different kind of competencies, and then we bring it back, and we relook at our curriculum and ask ourselves, is there a gap? Most of the times it might be that the gap is wide. Let's close the gap. And then we revise and change and update our curriculum, our learning experiences for our students, our learning outcomes shift. The way we evaluate students change. What do you mean? Now we evaluate a lot more on what we call the affective learning outcome. Not psychomotor skill, not cognitive skill, but more on affective skills. In other words, we try to train students to develop more mindsets, and it's harder to evaluate mindsets, but we have to. We have to. Okay, so I'm sharing with you so that you understand where we are getting at. So the future of work shapes new competencies and education. Just take a look at, it's the future. This is some of the forces at work. and they change completely. This is this on top is the future of work. Below are some of those trends. And you can see how different trends influence the future of work. I'm going to play for you a short video clip called The Future of Work. Take a look what the future of work may look like. Okay? And you recognize that some of this so-called future of work is actually here today. the summary for you. Okay? Right? So what is the future of work? It is transparent. The future of work is flat. It is competitive. And the future of work is on demand. So if you look at this, if this is a future of work, what kind of skill sets are we helping to nurture in our graduates? It will be very different. It's going to be very, very different, isn't it? In order to survive in this future of work. If you like this video, you can download it free. Okay, and it's from YouTube. Okay, I did not create this. I just share this with you. You go to YouTube, you just put future of work. You have several different versions. Pick one that you like. Okay, but more seriously, I just want to share with you this message, and that's why we need to stay future focused. We want to ensure that our graduates have a chance to succeed because they come to our institution to be successful. They come to have an experience. Let us help them to have that success and help them to have that experience. Okay, so with in mind, once we have done this, so what do we do with this piece of information? What do we do with it? How do we translate from trend analysis to a curriculum design? Okay, what we do is then we ask ourselves, several dimensions that we want to look at. If you look at these dimensions on the extreme right, we ask ourselves a few questions as a team. As a team, we ask ourselves, if this is the trends, if these are the opportunity and challenges that our students one day will have to face when they graduate, if this is the future of work and the kind of competency they should possess, how does that influence curriculum design? How does it influence our pedagogy, the way we teach? How does it influence learning outcome? Because we're going to measure. How do we influence student learning experiences? Remember I said they are here for the experience. And lastly, how does that influence the space? Now you're asking, why are you talking about space? Because we have a very strong belief that space influences behavior and behavior mindset. Let me repeat. Space influences your behavior and your behavior influences mindset. You think about it, we behave very differently in different places that we go to. Ask yourself again, if I were to walk into a government office, how will you behave? Wow, with a little bit more respect, isn't it, than your friends hope. If you were to go for a job interview at the government house, I'm quite sure you dress properly and you sit very properly, because that's how you will behave. The environment influences your behavior. If you're in your friend's house, you can wear shorts, you can wear slippers, you can wear t-shirts, you can sit anywhere you want, because you're in a friendly place. And we believe strongly that space influences behavior, behavior influences mindset, the way people think. And that's the reason why we put this together, because tomorrow I'll share with you one of the innovations that we do is called space design. How do we change space to support learning that change behavior, that influence mindsets? Okay? But today, let's take a look. I'm going to share with you, when we take this set of trends and the implications, we look at how will that impact the future of education in terms of curriculum design, pedagogy, learning outcome, student experience and space. Okay, so briefly, one, immediately we ask ourselves, if this is a world that our graduates need to face, what kind of education system should we have? We believe immediately it should be holistic. So you do not they are not here just to get a head knowledge. They are here to get a full education, means the soul, the mind, and the body. So if you have the opportunity to visit Singapore Poly, you come here and you notice that we have a lot of social spaces created. Social space for students to develop socially. The social aspect need to be taken care of. We deliberately put aside the maximum number of hours that the student should have in curriculum per week. Yes. In each week, our students should no more than 26 hours per week. We deliberately put a policy. Why? Because we want our students to explore other areas of development and not just focus on the classroom. Because we believe in holistic education. You see, our policy changed because of that. We want to ensure, our curriculum design. We want to ensure that our graduates graduated with at least experience one multidisciplinary project. Work with people from different walks of life. Because that's the reality in the future. When they want to work, they probably have to work in team, project team, from different functions, from different disciplines, from different specialties. So, better get to learn that while they're here. Next, we believe that we must raise ecological awareness. Remember, I shared with you our environmental issues, our environmental trends, and so forth. We want to ensure that our curriculum, our program structure is flexible so that we can make the changes. See how that impacts the way we design our curriculum. We put it out there. Secondly, how does it influence curriculum design development? We believe in skills upgrading. Okay? We believe that pedagogy should be lifelong learning ready. That make sure our pedagogy don't just teach you knowledge, our pedagogy teach you processes. In other words, we don't teach you what, we teach you how to. That's our focus, how to do this, not what to do, not what. In other words, we are trying to say that we do not give you a fish, we teach you how to fish. And that is important. Lifelong learning skills, learning to learn. So that in different contexts, if you are faced with a new situation, you know how to solve the problem. Okay, because you know the steps, you know the process, you know the how to. Next, we believe in multidisciplinary workspace. Okay, all right, tomorrow, Dr. Lee will be sharing with you many examples of such things. Next, we look at how this future actually influences student learning experiences. We want to ensure that we develop informal way of engaging our students. Not just in the classroom, outside the classroom, how do you engage them? And that's why we create experiences like the LEX program is one example that came out from such exercises, such thinking. Integrations of internet in our teaching. How do we incorporate IT into the way we teach? Alright? And reframe the importance of engineering. We want to raise, of course, the profile of being an engineer, for example. Next, we talk about learning space. How does that impact learning space? Well, we believe that learning space should be intelligent space, multi-purpose. We can swap around like this place, which is quite interesting. Ecological responsive space. Some of your colleagues actually visited Singapore Poly last week and then see some of those learning spaces that we have. We have walls that are writable walls. We deliberately do it for people to express themselves. And you can erase. We have writable table. You write what you want and you can erase it. Okay, almost everything is writable. Okay? Why? Because that kind of space we want to make it more, and we use less paper in that sense. Alright? So we want to be ecological, responsible. in terms of space design, but more important is about influencing people's behavior. Alright, we also developed virtual learning spaces. We developed our, what we call it, the IT platform to encourage people to learn online and mobile learning. Okay, my students learn using the phone, the smartphone all the time. When my students make presentation, no more, I never see people use cue card anymore. Years ago, my student was looking at the phone and she was presenting. I was very angry. Why is she on the phone when she's presenting? So I went to her, what are you doing? My notes is on the phone. My PowerPoint is on the phone. Okay, so now I understand. So what I'm trying to share with you, look at those trends. Okay, and how does the trends influence the future of education that you're going to create for them? You are going to create for them. The student can't do it. It is you who's going to create a future of education for them. Alright? So with this, we're going to do an exercise for the next hour or so. Alright? In between, we're going to have a tea break. You go off for your tea break, you come back and you continue. Okay, so what is this exercise about? Well, since I shared with you what trend analysis is, we're going to do one. But knowing the fact that trend analysis takes a lot of time, okay, for us, each year we take about a month. My team will gather together and say, okay, you look at this trend, and they're going to conduct the research and come back to share. You don't have that opportunity to do it here, so we're going to bring the research to you. Okay, you don't have to conduct the research. We got somebody to conduct it by this company called World Merger Strategy Consultants. They have conducted and they have highlighted several trends. We're going to share those trends with you. In other words, take it as though it is a trend for your program. Okay, to do this exercise, I need you quickly now, for each table, I know you come from different faculty, different university maybe, but together, collectively, you need to ask yourself, what is that program that you choose for this exercise? Which degree program you want to do this exercise for? Is that okay? Alright, so maybe quickly 5 minutes. You discuss and let me know what program your team has decided to do this exercise.
การที่เราสามารถที่จะ access เข้าไปถึงแหล่งข้อมูลได้มากขึ้นนะคะส่วน gender gap เนี่ยหลักของมันก็คือช่องว่างระหว่างเพศชายกับเพศหญิงในเรื่องของการเรียนการทำงานเพศหญิงได้รับโอกาสการเรียนที่สูงขึ้นแล้วก็การทำงานที่สูงขึ้นแล้วก็ได้เงินเดือนที่ต่างเพศชายได้ส่วนของ talent ก็คือเรื่องของการแข่งขันในการที่จะจ้างคนที่มีความสามารถสูงไปทำงานในบริษัทซึ่งบริษัทก็จะต้องบอกว่าคุณสมบัติอะไรที่บริษัทต้องการแล้วก็หาคนที่ทำงานตามนั้นนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นโอกาสที่นักศึกษานะคะจะได้ก็คือในเรื่องของการเข้าถึงแหล่งความรู้นะคะโดยใช้อินเทอร์เน็ตเป็นเครื่องมือนะคะแล้วก็เรื่องของการที่จะมีอาชีพในบริษัทที่เป็น multinational มากขึ้นเพราะว่าบริษัทก็จะขยายตัวไปยังประเทศต่างๆนะคะแล้วก็มีโอกาสที่จะได้รับการโปรโมทขึ้นสู่ตำแหน่งที่สูงขึ้นแม้ว่าจะเป็นเพศนะคะแล้วก็ทั้งสองเพศสามารถที่จะมีตำแหน่งที่สูงขึ้นหรือว่าได้เงินสูงขึ้นได้ถ้ารู้จักที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองให้มีคุณสมบัติหรือมีความสามารถตามที่จะพัฒนาองค์กรได้ส่วนการท้าทายก็คือทำอย่างไรที่จะสามารถพัฒนาตัวเองไปได้เรื่อยๆจะมีวิธีใดที่จะพัฒนาตัวเองในตรงนั้นแล้วก็เฉลยอีกอย่างหนึ่งก็คือการแข่งขันที่สูงขึ้นระหว่างคนที่จะเข้ามาทำงานในอาชีพเดียวกันนะคะแล้วก็ตรงนี้อะไร disciplinary knowledge หมายถึงว่าต้องขอบคุณเขียนเฉพาะทาง
การตลาดเนี่ยจะขายสินค้าไปไม่ได้
ต้องอยู่ตลาดที่กว้างคือต้องเป็นอินเตอร์ดิสซิพลินทีนี้พอมีโอกาสกับแสดงอย่างนี้นะคะเราก็มองว่า competency ที่ต้องการเนี่ยอย่างแน่นอนก็คือเรื่องของภาษาเพราะว่านักศึกษาจะต้องไปทำงานในสถานที่ทำงานที่มันเป็น multinational เรื่องของภาษาเรื่องของความรู้เรื่องของการสื่อสารข้ามวัฒนธรรมทักษะด้านเทคนิคทักษะด้านของการต่อรองนะคะการเจรจาต่อรองเรื่องของการหาความต้องการของลูกค้านะคะเพราะว่าเป็นสาขาของ marketing นะคะแล้วก็เรื่องของการวิจัยและพัฒนาสิ่งใหม่ๆนะคะแล้วก็การสื่อสารแนวคิดของสินค้าใหม่เนี่ยไปยังฝ่ายเพราะฉะนั้นโอกาสในเรื่องของงานในอนาคตก็คือการทำงานใน workplace ที่มันเป็น multinational ที่มันมีสเกลกว้างขึ้นทั่วโลกนะคะแล้วก็ได้ทำงานในตำแหน่งที่สูงขึ้นได้นะคะอาจจะเป็นไปได้ถึงเป็น CEO นะคะซึ่งก็ต่างจากบทบาทของผู้หญิงในอันนี้ไม่ได้พูดถึงในประเทศที่พัฒนาแล้วนะคะแต่เราพูดถึงในประเทศที่กำลังพัฒนาซึ่งโอกาสของผู้หญิงจะน้อยกว่าเพศชายนะคะจากตรงนี้พอมาถึงเรื่องของการดูคาริคูลัมดีไซน์ขออภัยมองไม่เห็นแล้วก็เลยมองว่าเด็กก็จะต้องมีพวก soft skill ต่างๆที่เป็นสิ่งจำเป็นนะคะเช่นในเรื่องของการคิดวิเคราะห์เรื่องของทักษะด้าน IT การแก้ปัญหานะคะเรื่องของ global mindset ก็คือการมองที่กว้างไปจากที่ตัวเองอยู่ก็เรื่องของการสื่อสารข้ามวัฒนธรรมนะคะแล้วก็มีความรู้ที่ข้ามสาขาคือนอกจากมีความรู้ใน marketing ของตัวเองก็ต้องมีความรู้ในด้านอื่นด้วยรวมถึงความรู้ในเรื่องของการวิจัยและพัฒนานะคะแล้วก็เรื่องของ awareness เกี่ยวกับ cultural difference ก็คือการทำงานกับคนที่มีวัฒนธรรมที่แตกต่างกันนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นในเรื่องของการเรียนการสอนก็จะควรจะเน้นให้นักศึกษาเนี่ยได้เตรียมตัวสำหรับไปทำงานในสถานที่ทำงานที่มันบุคคลที่แตกต่างกันวัฒนธรรมต่างกันต้องเตรียมพร้อมสำหรับตรงนั้นแล้วก็ควรจะมีสถานที่เพื่อที่จะสามารถเรียนรู้ได้ตลอดชีวิตนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นในการที่จะจัด learning experience ให้นักศึกษานะคะก็ควรจะมีการเปลี่ยนบทบาทของผู้สอนนะคะให้เป็น facilitator มากขึ้นแล้วก็ให้ใช้ IT เป็นเครื่องมือในการสอนหรือว่าในการฝึกฝนมากขึ้นนะคะเน้นให้นักศึกษาได้ทำโปรเจกต์ที่มันเป็นเรื่องของการลงพื้นที่นะคะหรือว่าการชอบเป็นกลุ่มลูกค้าที่เป็นtarget group ของเรานะคะแล้วก็ให้มีการฝึกงานโดยที่ฝึกงานเนี่ยก็ควรจะได้ในการที่เป็นมาฝึกนอกหรือว่าเป็นอาจจะเป็น virtual lab ที่สื่อสารกันผ่านช่องทางโซเชียลมีเดียนะคะ
เราจะเรียกว่าอย่างนี้ครับที่กับ minor is going จำนวนพวกห้างร้านหรือพวกผู้ประกอบการต่างๆจะมากขึ้นนะครับพูดง่ายๆก็คือผู้ประกอบการมากขึ้นคนที่เป็นลูกจ้างจะน้อยลงในที่จะเป็นอย่างนี้นะครับต่อมาครับเราจะไปดูชั้นความท้าทายคืออะไรปัจจุบันนี้เราเห็นนะครับว่าค่าแรงเกี่ยวกับด้านเทคโนโลยีของประเทศไทยดูเมื่อเปรียบเทียบกับสิงคโปร์มาเลเซียพูดง่ายๆว่าประมาณ90,000 บาทเขาจ้างเป็นทีได้ประมาณเดียวแล้วเป็นเด็กจบใหม่แต่มาจ้างของเราประมาณ40,000ได้2 คนอันนี้เริ่มเห็นเทรนด์เริ่มเห็นแล้วบริษัทจะไม่มีบริษัทในประเทศไทยจ้างนะครับถ้าเราจะทำงานดังนั้นเราก็จะเห็นพันธุ์ที่คือการเคลื่อนย้ายคนเก่งนะครับอาจจะไปต่างประเทศหรือนะครับย้ายเข้ามาในไทยมันสามารถเนี่ยนะครับเรื่องความสามารถในการแข่งขันคือการเรียนนะครับต่อมาครับเราจะมาดู future work อะไรบ้างงานนะครับ future work งานมีอะไรบ้างที่มันน่าจะเกี่ยวกับเทรนด์นี้เราพบว่านะครับก็คือจะเจอ translator นะครับของทีมแลงเกจคนที่พูดได้หลายภาษาอาจจะ3-4 ภาษาขึ้นไปนะครับ ฟิศนะครับทำออนไลน์ส่งงานออนไลน์Coordinator International นะครับผู้ประสานงานซึ่งนะครับเป็นมองเด็กพูดง่ายๆว่าทำหลายนะครับต่อมาเทรนด์ analysis ผู้วิเคราะห์นะครับวิเคราะห์ข้อมูลแนวโน้มในอนาคตมันจะเป็นยังไงอันนี้คร่าวๆนะครับไม่มีข้ามเยอะเสร็จปุ๊บผมก็มานั่งดูว่าทักษะควรจะมีอะไรบ้างนะครับเราพบว่านะครับทีมเวิร์กการปรับตัวนะครับมีปาร์ตี้มีสารพัดในลีดเดอร์ชิพระบบโปรเซสโซฟิกแต่พอนะครับเอามารวมกันเราพบว่าทักษะต่างๆอยู่ในความฉลาดทางอารมณ์ AQ ก็คือความสามารถในการเอาชนะอุปสรรคนะครับสามารถมีดิสเลียนนะครับสามารถทนทานกับสภาพอาหารก็คือตัวได้แน่นอนครับเมื่อพูดถึง environment มันน่าจะมีภาพ moral quotient ใช่ไหมครับความฉลาดจริยธรรมซึ่งเป็นเบสของพื้นฐานการทำงานร่วมกับผู้อื่นและประชาชนมาสิ่งแวดล้อมและอย่าลืมครับ LQ leadership นะครับส่วนเรื่องต่างๆนี้นะครับนอกจากนี้ยังสูงตัวใน creativity นะครับและมี media ที่เขาสมควรมีสกิลในนี้นะครับดังนั้นนะครับกลุ่มพวกผมก็เลยคิดว่าจะมีวิชาอะไรที่พอจะคุมทักษะตระกูลคิวพวกนี้นะครับรวมถึงมีเดียนะครับก็เลยบอกว่าเลยตั้งชื่อว่า Art of Living in the Modern World นะครับศิลปะการใช้ชีวิตในโลกยุคใหม่นะครับซึ่งเราอาจจะสอนแบบ Problem Based Learning นะครับ Ethnography นะครับ Case Study ต่างๆเข้าไปศึกษาเลยอาจจะบรรยายนิดหน่อยครับนอกนั้นเป็นสกิลการทำงานร่วมกันตั้งโจทย์ซึ่งคนอื่นพูดบ้างไหมโอเคครับซึ่งนะครับซึ่งนักเรียนนะครับนักเรียนเนี่ยสมควรได้รับประสบการณ์อะไรบ้างแน่นอนครับก็คือทักษะการปฏิบัติความเป็น cultural ต่างๆที่เรียนรู้นะครับในที่ต่างๆซึ่งมันจะลิงก์กันตรงนี้นะครับเขาอาจจะไปฝึกทิปไปเรียนรู้ใน community หรือว่าอาจจะเป็น institute นะครับเป็น stereotype classroom หรือว่าเป็น international classroom เพื่อที่เขาจะเรียนรู้ความหลากหลายของวัฒนธรรมต่างๆซึ่งก็จะเรียนกับ multidiscipline นะครับทักษะการอธิบายอะไรติ๊กครับทักษะการสัมภาษณ์นะครับไปฟิลที่ไปคอมมูนิตี้ต่างๆแบบนี้นะครับรวมถึงนะครับยังมีทักษะเกี่ยวกับการวิจัยต่างๆอาจจะเป็นวิจัยเชิงทางสังคมศาสตร์อะไรแบบนี้นะครับพูดแค่ไม่ได้หายใจนะครับ
เทรนด์ที่ผมเลือกก็คือเป็นเทรนด์ที่ได้รับว่าที่หนึ่งหรือกลุ่มที่เรียกว่า Change Demographics นะครับเป็นเรื่องโครงสร้างประชากรซึ่งแบ่งได้เป็น3ประเภทคือ1 Coordination คือในระยะเวลาจากนี้ไป20 ปีเนี่ยประชากรจะเพิ่มขึ้นจากในประเทศที่พัฒนาแล้วประชากรจะเพิ่มขึ้นอย่างช้าลงคือแต่ในส่วนที่ประชากรในประเทศที่กำลังพัฒนาเนี่ยประชากรจะเพิ่มขึ้นได้สูงกว่าที่พัฒนาแล้วประมาณ7 เท่าส่วนข้อที่2ก็คือประเทศกำลังก้าวเข้าสู่ยุคประชากรมีอายุสูงมากขึ้นข้อที่3ก็คือเมื่อประชากรเพิ่มขึ้นแล้วก็จะเกิดการขยายตัวอย่างด้านurbanization หรือว่าการความเจริญของเมืองเติบโตขึ้นมากขึ้นแล้วก็เราก็เกิดเป็นโซลูชันที่สำคัญ
ตารางนี้นะครับก็เราก็เลือกวิชาของ Industrial Design นะครับซึ่งเป็นการออกแบบอุตสาหกรรมนะครับซึ่งก็จะอยู่กับเรานะครับมาตั้งแต่ปัจจุบันและก็ในอนาคตครับนี่ก็มองคิดว่าเป็นโลกอีกประมาณ 20-30 ปีข้างหน้าเราคงแก่กันแล้วนะครับเราจินตนาการว่าถ้าเราแก่ก็จะเกิดอะไรขึ้นในสังคมนั้นนะครับเราเริ่มจากโอกาสนะครับว่าเราจะเจออะไรบ้างนะครับก็จะเริ่มจากนะครับก็มี
การบริโภคพลังงานที่สูงขึ้นก็มีปริมาณใช้ผู้บริโภคอุปโภคโปรดักต์ต่างๆมากขึ้นก็
ควรจะต้อง
ก็สำหรับโอกาสเนี่ยเราก็คิดก่อนนะคะว่าอย่างสมมติว่าผู้สูงอายุเนี่ยมีจำนวนคนมากขึ้นใช่ไหมกับบวกกับเทรนด์ที่คนเนี่ยเริ่มสนใจมาดูแลสุขภาพหรือว่าเฮลตี้ในอนาคตนะคะก็เลยคิดกันว่าเรื่องของเทรนด์ที่เป็นเกี่ยวกับเรื่องซัสเทนเนี่ยมีความสำคัญค่อนข้างมากเพราะฉะนั้นมันก็เป็นโอกาสที่สามารถที่จะสอบมาเข้าในหลักสูตรได้เนี่ยค่ะอย่างเรื่องของเรื่องที่ใช้เนี่ยปัจจุบันเนี่ยเราคิดก่อนหรือว่าใช้แต่พวกที่มีเคมีคอลค่ะก็เลยมองหาอะไรที่เป็นมิตรกับมนุษย์มากยิ่งขึ้นเนาะใช่ในขณะเดียวกันก็คือในเรื่องของ energy เนี่ยเราก็คิดว่าการบริโภค energy ในรายงานได้มากขึ้นด้วยนะคะค่ะสำหรับเรื่องของในเรื่องของอนาคตเนี่ยเราก็มองกันว่าในเรื่องของการประหยัดพลังงานเนี่ยอาจจะมีมาในเรื่องของการใช้โซลาร์เซลล์ energy ไปในการผลิตโปรดักต์เพื่อที่จะพัฒนาในต่อไปเพราะว่าอย่างประเทศไทยเนี่ยเราเป็นองค์กรอยู่แล้วเนาะก็อาจจะสามารถเอาเทคโนโลยีตัวนี้มาใช้ได้ในขณะที่ก็ยังมีความเป็นอีโคเฟรนลี่หรือว่าเป็นอนุรักษ์สิ่งแวดล้อมด้วยเช่นกันเราสามารถสำหรับในการที่เราออกแบบผลิตภัณฑ์เนี่ยแน่นอนอยู่แล้วว่าเราควรที่จะพัฒนาให้นักศึกษาเนี่ยสามารถที่ผลิตได้จริงและในอนาคตเนี่ยเขาสามารถที่จะประกอบธุรกิจเป็นของตัวเองได้ค่ะในเรื่องของ
สำหรับโปรดักต์สำหรับดีไซน์สำหรับตัวเล่นนะครับในอนาคตที่ชีวิตของเราคนแก่เราเปลี่ยนไปนะครับแต่ความทันสมัยของเราผมคิดว่าคงไม่ลดลงนะครับแล้วก็เด็กๆนะครับก็น่าจะหาโอกาสที่คนการออกแบบใหม่ๆที่เข้ากับสังคมเมืองสังคมคนแก่ที่แบบว่าหัวใจยังหนุ่มอยู่หรือว่าให้เหมาะกับเทคโนโลยีที่จะเกิดขึ้นกับในอนาคตข้างหน้าประมาณนี้นะครับ
โดยการที่จะเห็นการเข้าถึงที่ชาเลนจ์ก็คือว่าอย่างเทคโนโลยีเนี่ยมันสูงขึ้นอยู่แล้วเนาะการที่เราสามารถทำให้มันเป็นโปรขายที่ว่าประหยัดแล้วก็ถูกเนี่ยมันเป็นสิ่งสำคัญที่ท้าทายนะคะในเรื่องของการเฟสติวัลหรือว่าการปรับปรุงหรือสามารถเป็นในคอนโดสูงๆก็ตามในเรื่องของการประยุกต์ใช้ในเรื่องของฟังก์ชันอะไรอย่างเงี้ยการใช้โต๊ะหรือสามารถทำเป็นเตียงได้อะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะมันก็เป็นความท้าทายในการผลิตออกแบบสิ่งต่างๆ
ส่วนเรื่องความสามารถก็จะมีในการเรียนรู้และรับสิ่งใหม่ๆเข้ามาครับอย่างเช่นในการใช้นิวมีเดียแล้วก็พวกไอทีที่ก้าวเข้ามามีส่วนร่วมในการใช้ในการทำกับโปรดักต์ดีไซน์ด้วยไม่ว่าจะเป็นพวกเทคโนโลยีดิจิทัลนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นพวกไซเบอร์คอมเจอร์หรือว่าก็เทคโนโลยีต่างๆนะครับที่ในอนาคตข้างหน้าหรือว่าในทุกวันนี้เราเริ่มมีการใช้หุ่นยนต์มีการใช้อุปกรณ์ไฮเทคต่างๆเข้ามาในชีวิตประจำวันครับซึ่งในขณะนั้นเราก็คงมีการพัฒนาที่ร่วมกันมากขึ้นนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นไม่จำกัดเฉพาะในแง่มุมของการดีไซน์ครับคิดว่ามันจะมีการทำงานร่วมกันกับในสื่อหรือว่าสาขาเช่นวิศวะหรือว่าพวกเทคโนโลยีหรือว่าเคมีอะไรพวกนี้นะครับก็จะทำงานด้วยกันมากขึ้นนะครับก็เป็นสิ่งที่คิดว่าน่าสนใจครับสำหรับนี้ครับ
เป็นที่เรากำหนดไว้เนาะเราต้องการที่จะพัฒนาให้เด็กเนี่ยต้องทำรีเสิร์ชมากขึ้นเพราะว่าอย่างดีไซน์เนี่ยบางทีคือเด็กเขาก็เป็นดูเรียกว่าอะไรอะเล็งเห็นแต่ตัวไฟนอลเนาะแต่ว่าผ่านกระบวนการโปรเซสในการคิดหรือว่ารีเสิร์ชข้อมูลนะคะเพื่อที่จะได้เทคโนโลยีก็ดีไซน์ที่แบบของแท้อะไรเงี้ยโดยที่คำนึงถึงเรื่องของ environment เนี่ยส่วนใหญ่ค่ะ
นะครับส่วนของพูดถึงเรื่องของในวิธีการเรียนรู้นะครับก็ต่อด้วยไม่แค่จำกัดในการความรู้ใหม่ๆเพิ่มเติมนะครับพื้นที่สำหรับนักออกแบบหรือว่านักปฏิบัตินะครับพื้นที่ในการทำงานก็เป็นส่วนส ปัจจุบันนะครับก็ยังเป็นสำคัญนะว่าก็ต้องเป็นส่วนที่ยังก็ต้องพัฒนากันให้มีความแข็งแรงและก็มีความแปลกใหม่นะครับ learning experience นะครับก็คงจะรวมกันกับ working space นะครับเพราะว่าเราไม่ได้เรียนแค่ภายในมหาลัยของเรานะครับเรายังเรียนในการต้องไปมีส่วนร่วมนะครับกับองค์กรภายนอกครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นองค์กรออกแบบหรือว่าโรงงานอุตสาหกรรมต่างๆนะครับซึ่งนักศึกษานะครับก็จะได้รับประสบการณ์โดยตรงใช่ไหมครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นการเสริมอะไรนะครับเป็นการเรียนรู้ก็เป็นเอาคำนะครับ
ถ้าอยากรู้ว่าอยากมีประสบการณ์ที่เป็นประสบการณ์ตรงนะคะที่นักศึกษาได้ออกไปกับศึกษาเกี่ยวกับปัญหาของสถานประกอบการจริงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยมันอาจจะตอบสนองด้วยกับคำถามที่เราไปถามผู้สนใจอาจจะเกิดจริงอย่างพวกมีการลดเทรดหรือว่าการใช้วัสดุที่ตอบสนองต่อผู้บริโภคอย่างจริงจังนะคะแล้วก็ในเรื่องของมันต้องเรื่อง culture หรือว่าวัฒนธรรมของในส่วนของพื้นที่นั้นๆ
เพราะว่าอย่างในวัยสูงอายุนะครับไม่ว่าจะเป็นวัฒนธรรมไหนนะครับย่อมมีความแตกต่างกันในเรื่องของลักษณะการใช้งานแล้วก็การจับจ่ายใช้สอยกับพวกเครื่องไม้เครื่องมือพวกอุปกรณ์อินดัสเทรียลดีไซน์พวกนี้ครับเพราะฉะนั้นนะครับสำหรับนักออกแบบการออกแบบอินดัสเทรียลดีไซน์ก็ต้องคำนึงถึงความแตกต่างของวัฒนธรรมพวกนี้นะครับก็พวกเราก็ต้องขออภัยด้วยนะครับที่อาจจะเหมือนติดขัดนะครับเพราะว่าอาจจะไม่ถนัดเรื่องการออกแบบแต่ก็คิดว่าก็คงจะเป็นประโยชน์และก็เป็นแนวทางสำหรับทุกคนครับ
A simple recap or revisit what we have talked about today. Alright, this morning, Dr. Linda Lee went through with you what CDIO is about. Okay, let's test. C step for? Okay, very good. C. D. Design. I. Implement. O. Very good. Okay, I have a Mongolian friend. From Mongolia, we were doing the CDIO, and he come to me. He said, I have a new way how to remember CDIO. Huh? I said, how do you do? First, recall. Okay, and then we design how we want to celebrate. Huh? Then we implement, we drink. And then we operate, we have party. So that's how we remember. Oh goodness, don't know what we taught you in the whole 2 months. Thank you. You remember what CDIO is. And then Dr. Linda Lee shared with you the processes that we have developed to advance CDIO. What are the 4 phases? You remember? First phase, mapping CDIO skill, enhancing those skills, and then innovating, and lastly, sustaining. Okay. So this will be the 4 phases that we walk you through. Okay, so but we follow a very learner-centric approach. You realize it's very learner-centric. The learner-centric start by understanding my current student, but now what you have done, you have actually looked at, hey, what is my future graduates look like? What are the future skills they need in order to be successful? So we start, we have our raw material, but we also know our output. Okay, so the first exercise we have done this today, we just completed. You went through what we call the forces of change, which is the trends. And some of you have taken, each team has taken one trend to analyze. Whether it's demographic trends, whether it's technology, globalization, global warming, at least you look at those trends, okay? And then you understand those trends by, hey, those trends impact on the future of work. And most importantly, you have clearly defined what new competencies are critical in order to be successful in this new landscape. And with that in mind, you actually have put together some implications for the future of your education, which we will build together to give your students success and a great experience. And that's what we intend to do in the next tomorrow. So thank you. It is the end of today. We really appreciate all of you for being so participative and so attentive. We thank you very, very much. So with that, we hope that you will come back. It is tomorrow, and it's same time and same channel. Okay, thank you so much.